Alrighty. Sorry about that, folks. Welcome on in. My name is CoinStamp. Most people call me Coin. And welcome to another episode of The Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom. Speaking of greetings, Mr. Jason. Good to see you. How are you doing, good sir? And I hope you're well in both body and mind today. Hope you enjoy your stay along with anyone else that's coming in. You've come in right at the beginning. Before we begin, let me take a moment to just read off the appreciations. I want to thank Mr. Monkey Funk 4D and Mr. Rowan Darcy for the Twitch subscription packages that they have purchased. Please enjoy the benefits of said packages. And while I don't have any patrons or one-off contributors this month, I would like to thank Mr. Rasby the Player for their continued Valkyrie tier membership over on the Coffee website. Thanks again to you three for the contributions this month. It means more than words can say, really. I'm truly awed that people even toss money at me in the first place. If you guys want your names on these appreciation placards read at the start of each and every stream that I've basically done for the past, I'd say, at least 8 months now, you too can do so by using any of the mentioned sites: Twitch, Patreon, Coffee, and either Stream Elements or PayPal, or Coffee. All of them have like one-time donations or contributions. I would not be here without everyone, of course, but especially not you guys on the placards. It's my little way of giving back. Why don't we take a... let's play the mini game, shall we? Okay. Camera is aligned, I think. Yeah, camera's aligned. I've got a nice drink here. No coffee, but American sweet tea will have to do. At least until I get some liquid creamer, because I refuse to use the powdered stuff. I could use powdered creamer. I absolutely have done that before. I gotta wait 15 minutes for my cup of coffee to be ready. Absolutely not. Don't have time for that. Who has time to wait on a cup? I guess that's not true. There are a lot of people who have a good, will and absolutely do have the time to wait on a good cup of coffee. This man is not one of those people. Mr. Jason says, as well as thanks to the people who support you with viewing and financially, you would like to take the time to thank me, the Mr. Coin. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Flattery and appreciation will get you into a lot of doors. So, last time, and no, I didn't get the chance to do any off-camera farming. So sorry about that. Last time we started clearing out a lot of the remaining Korok seeds that are in the region. We're not done yet. We basically have the entirety of this section of Necluda to do. We still have quite a few things to do. We've got many shrines to go find. We have side quests. We have lots of things to do, but we did make good progress on that yesterday, as well as I managed to, and will probably continue to show off, the hover bike that I built off camera. I took the basic hover bike design and I added a couple of things to it. I need to add one or two other things. I need to like fiddle around with the design and get like a counterweight or something, but for the most part, I'm pretty pleased with my hover bike design. Mr. Jason says, I don't think with the TCC that there are many doors unlocked. No, good sir. You've built every door. You've built the house the doors are contained in. Forget that. You've built the entire house upon which the doors sit in. Which is absolutely just wild. But I digress. You do have an empire. You do have an empire. That is a legacy, if nothing else. So before we truly begin, I'm going to take just a small second to mark some Koroks, and then we can be off. My goal today is to try to get done with the remainder, give you guys a great view, another great view, because this game is full of great views. And then, assuming we've got the time, get started on finding the remaining shrines, which are probably going to be in caves when it's all said and done. And then we can go into the depths and get the light roots that are in this region. We've already kind of been through here. I say kind of. We've technically been up north-ish, but we can begin the long journey toward unlocking some of this. Mr. Jason says, you use your power for good. Too true. Unless it's Super Mario Maker 2, and then it is used for wickedness. In good fun. You have a fun fact? Go right ahead while you're doing that. Shrine Island does not, in fact, have a shrine. Oh, that's probably because the real Shrine Island is like somewhere else. We bumped into that, actually. There was a little construct over here. Told us the quest to dye the pattern black. Using some like big old device. He didn't say that, but we pretty much parsed out what the words meant. And he referred to this place as Shrine Island. Shrine Island is in the swamp to your left. Oh, over here? Ah, yes. It had something in Breath of the Wild, but no doubt it does not. Up a bit more? Okay. Let's see. Left. It's not Telta Lake, is it? Or, wait a sec. Hold on. I'm seeing if I can... Ah, right here. I could literally read the words. Shrine Island. Yeah, didn't this have a Sheikah shrine in Breath of the Wild? I'm pretty sure there was a shrine here. If my memory serves me correctly. And while we're conversing about that, I'm going to go ahead and mark these. Sorry, I'm terrible at multitasking today. And in general. If you guys want to follow along with the Koroks that we are collecting, because there are at least 300 that you can find by lifting up random rocks, and I cannot be arsed to do that. You may do so. You may follow along by typing in !TOTK MAP. That gets you the, access to the object map. Mr. NK has graciously sourced the object map for us, and I have been using this thing quite a bit. I'm trying to think about how I want to do this. How soon do I want to get you guys that view? I think anything is worth a good wait, at least for a little bit. Maybe right here. And we have another one. Looks like it's right here. And the last one. I guess we could start working our way toward Kakariko Village, at least for now. Here's the last one we can start with. And then I can show off the hover bike. Mr. Jason says I can't remember. All that you know is that Gleok Bridge does not, in fact, have a Gleok. Fair enough. I mean, we know a bridge that has a Gleok on it. It is not that bridge, but it is a bridge, and it separates the region that one of the regions that we intend to go to much later. You wish that it did. It's very much false advertising. Yeah, that's the kind of thing that you definitely wish that the brochure guide told you about, right? Or that the brochure guide said was true. Or like travel pamphlet, whatever you want to call that. Oh, right. Yeah, it's gonna be this. All right. So here's our friend, the hover bike that I demonstrated the entirety of last stream, and I will continue to do so again. You wish you could tame Lionels and Gleoks as pets? They would make for interesting companions. There's one, and the second one is gonna be like... I did not tag that correctly. Ah, this lovely thing. We use this to fly around and literally ferry Koroks to and fro. I love my hover bike. I love the base design that I found, of course, and I'm thankful that people even built the base design in the first place. But having a fast hover bike is pretty nice. Hello, Sir Nimbus. We spoke to you yesterday. We spoke to you exactly yesterday. You know, you don't need to shill services to us. I'll literally buy the fresh milk in your inventory. Oh, shoot. You know what I forgot to do yesterday? On stream last time? I forgot to, make porridge. I forgot to, literally make the recipe for porridge. You know what? It's fine. We can just do that later. It's not that crucial, and it's not that important. Okay, so rock up here, right? Yeah, I thought so. If you guys want to, like, fiddle around with the counter underneath me on Twitch, sorry, YouTube, sort of thing is not typically, available for you. The counter system that did I spook that horse? I might have spooked that horse. If you use !seed grow, all one word, if it's a compound word, you'll increase the counter underneath me by 1. You can type in !seed shrink to decrease the counter by 1. Each command has a 10-second cooldown. Finally, I'm pretty sure you can type in !seed sow space and a number. It has to be exactly like that, or it won't work. And you'll get... You can, and the number is somewhere between 1 and 1,000, where it's the maximum number. See, Mr. Jason says, is it wise to let viewers do that? Don't you need that to keep track? The nice thing is that if I ever feel like I can't keep track, right, I can always teleport back to a shrine, or a tower or something, and... there's no reason to be spooked. It's just a hover bike, good sir. And, you know, I can reset the counter. I have that set up like this merely... so that if people want to play around with something on the screen, they're more than welcome to do that. And B, if people want to be a troll, you know, they can do that too. Again, it's not like people can deprive others of the real count in the first place. If they could, I would think twice about this, right? Oh, I should be marking these off on the actual object map. So if you here's a fun little feature. If you guys keep the same instance of the object map active, you can actually sort of use it like a running tracker. Yeah, okay, that is the second one. Yeah, you can use it as a sort of like running tracker to literally check mark all of the... Okay, we're not going to... I want to do my best to not engage with the Talus, but if we do end up engaging with the Talus, you know, whatever, not a big deal. I think I parked... Yeah, we parked up here. Good. And of course, you know, if people want to set the counter to the correct number, they can do that too. Like, it's a community thing, if nothing else. We'll see. If people... I guess the counterweight there, right, is that if people are going to be trollish with it at all times, and it's clear that people are somewhat annoyed by that, like the audience becomes annoyed with that, then yeah, I guess it's worth considering, you know, maybe... Yeah, I was about to say, then maybe it might be worth considering, reverting that. But that's pretty easy, and I can even do that, you know, on stream with just a few clicks. Because of the way I have it all structured. I can literally just toggle them off. Oh, yep. Nice. 2-in-1 special. Don't mess with me, video game. They thought they could get me right there. Well, I'm thinking on it. Let me go ahead and mention that if you make devices entirely out of Zonite, this is the this is a nice trick. I use this a lot. I do this a lot with Bright Bloom seeds, but you can do it with other things too. It'll keep pure Zonite devices like this from, you know, evaporating mere moments after you look away from them and walk a certain distance. A lot of designs on the web that I've been spotting incorporate a lot of Dinroll scales. Either a lot of Dinroll scales or some other sort of long-lasting real-world object, specifically in order to keep these things from despawning. Because the idea is that you do, in fact... basically keep like this one device around on retainer for a long, long time. This little distinction's has been pretty nice. Not gonna lie. I do not want to do that. Delete the pen. It's been nice reading about things in Hyrule Reddit or r/Hyrule Hyrule engineering. It's been amazing to watch people come up with various devices. I've not looked at it in a few days, but it's nice to know that I can look at it whenever I want. We're gonna save because this will serve as a nice break. If I can be nice and, let's see, can I? Yeah, something like this. If we're efficient, we can maybe even take care of this Hinox before he gets up. Oh, I suppose one other major development that happened last time on stream is we got our first silver Lionel parts. We got our first saber horn and our first mace horn, and I cannot wait to farm a few more of them so that I can start fusing them. Oh god, too bad. Fine. And I can't cure any more of those. We'll drop off the spiked bow. Congratulations, thank you. I thought it was going to be a lot more difficult than it was. I was fairly sure I was going to be, decked with. They did hit hard, but it actually wasn't all that bad. Thank you. Thank you. Goodness. Sorry. I had a late night stream. Late by my standards. And, so my schedule is even more warped than it normally is. Now, bookkeeping. I'm glad I said something or thought about this. Bookkeeping. I'm pretty sure I will have to read. Oh, nice. I don't know how that is still a functional device, but I'll take it. Run. Alright. Come here, you little gutter snipe. Thanks. Zonai vehicles surprisingly float. Yeah, that's another neat little distinction about, let me just box that in real quick. Okay, that water is gonna move, but that should allow me the ability to at least come over and get it in just a moment. Oh my god, I just blanked on what I was gonna talk about. Oh, right. Nope, still blanking. I'd laugh if you hit it and it flew off. That would have been hilarious, yes. And it would have been entirely deserved. Okay, did that come up here somewhere? It sure did. Okay. I did put a Discord post about this, so it's not like I need to necessarily address it or anything. Although I did not put it in that post, now that I'm thinking on it. Let's talk YouTube algorithm a minute. Because, to anyone who makes content of any kind on YouTube, or knows a lot of creators in that space, oh, we need to move quick. There we go. So with the YouTube algorithm, it's changed. I liked a video yesterday and didn't leave a comment just to see, right? I was like, surely this is fluff, right? But sure as sand, falls through a sieve, it was true. I bumped up the like count. It remained at 0. Why might it do that? Because in order to, and also my view didn't count either. YouTube has been trying to combat view bots. In order to combat the newfound view bot problem, what have they decided to do? They have decided to say, okay, we want to verify that you're a real human being. How do we do that? We make you leave a comment. And I'll read that. I will read what you said in just a second, Mr. Jason. I want to finish this thought first. So, your view and your like don't even count unless you leave a comment now, which is very frustrating because there are a lot of people that don't have the time to go and leave a comment. They don't. And additionally, as if that wasn't enough, you can't just leave a random comment like Blueberry on a video talking about, the war between the sexes or whatever, or on your Let's Play video. Like, that's not a thing that happens. The algorithm update already suppressed that. Did you walk toward me? Talk to me. Oh, it's you. Don't tell me. That's it. You're the fellow I saw at the New Serene stable. What a coincidence. I suppose fate really wanted the two of us to run into each other again. I'm sure you remember my brothers, the two fools talking in circles about swords and beasts. I finally got fed up with them and decided to go on a solo adventure exploring my favorite caves and ruins. You're alone too, right? Alone is good. It means you don't have to put up with endless, inane arguments. Too true. Sometimes I do miss having people to talk to, but still, it's better this way. Alright, I thought you were about to, ask me for help for some crazy reason. I will take that as a complete and utter W. So, I get where YouTube's coming from, right? They're a multi-billion dollar company, almost getting ready to be a $1 trillion company. And they're trying to figure out an efficient way to combat the V-bots. I get it. I totally get it. But there are people that don't have time to leave comments. Additionally, the comments that people have to leave better be relevant to the video they're watching, or they're getting deleted. A lot of them are getting deleted. And this is on top of the comments that are... This is on top of the comments that Google might delete because, they contain spicy words they don't want people to see. And by spicy, I don't mean curse words. I mean topics that are not pre-approved. Okay, I'm going to finish this point I'm making, and then I'll mark off more Koroks, and then I'll read the next... I'll go back and read comments, promise. So, when you put all that together, right? You put all that together, and what you're left with is, in large part, a system that is hostile to both creators and to viewers alike. And the cherry on top, right? The cherry on top is that these countermeasures that YouTube has taken to try to combat this don't even answer the problem. They don't even answer the problem. Spam bots, view bots on YouTube, will quite literally leave comments. Now, are they not relevant to the video? Sure. Yeah, there are arguments to be made. Well, at least the spam bots always say something like, oh, this content is gross. Check out my content. It's better. And you click on the channel and it's got links to CP. And the next thing you know, you're in cuffs. And yes, I'm abbreviating that for my own safety. Don't Google what I'm saying. You will get in trouble. Especially if you're in the UK. Don't do that. You will get in trouble. Like white on rice. Just nothing but. My point is this. If you want to help a brother out, by brother I mean me, but also just any of the people that you watch on YouTube, please leave an appropriately algorithm boosting comment to go with your like and your view, because now neither your like nor your comment are being counted. It could be something that applies to like the first minute of the video. It could be something that applies to the last 30 seconds. It could be some plot point right in the middle. Pick something and apply. But honestly, if this is like your last straw for YouTube, right? I certainly don't blame you for tuning out. I think we're about to witness like the real death of the internet sort of moments, and I think that's gonna upheave society. I really, really do. I think that's gonna be a particularly sad moment. This is yet another example of quality content. That's probably okay. Just don't do that on every video. Like you have to switch it up. The illustration I'm trying to make is that YouTube is making this as annoying for you as humanly possible because they want to prove you're a real human being. And they're not actually investing in infrastructure that would make proving you to be a real human being impossible. They're not investing in it the right way. But yeah, statements like that are good. Maybe reference, I don't know, say the title of the game or something. I would go just a smidge further with that, but I get the point you're trying to... I get the type of statement you're trying to make here, Mr. Jason. That is the sort of thing that, at least for now, is acceptable in the... Let's see, there's one here. That would be acceptable in the current content landscape. I really don't think this is going to pan out well for YouTube. But, I mean... Come on, this is a multi-billion-dollar company. They're not gonna... There's only so much they're gonna do to curate their nest egg. They're too busy worried about other stuff, even though that this should be kind of like their top priority. Google is still not gonna take this seriously. Now, to go back and read your comment since I've been marking these while I'm talking, you missed your quality content yesterday. My apologies. But you are really happy that you looked after yourself? Thank you. Some streamers feel guilty if they have to delay or cancel a stream. Don't I know it? I live with that type of guilt a lot. But the content creators don't owe anyone anything. Well, yeah, we don't. We're also, like, human beings, too, right? We all only live once. You know, we're mortal. We can die if we don't take care of ourselves. And I suppose the counterweight to that is to say, well, it's not the job of the viewer to be concerned, or the audience member, I should say. Gotta use the right words, folks. It's not on the viewer to show or curate care for the streamer. Like, it's not on them to exhibit a pair. Oh my god, I'd probably traumatize this dude for life. Oh my god. All right, let's chit chat. And people are kind of getting burnt out on parasocial relationships. Or people are becoming more aware of when they enter into a parasocial relationship with a person online. And so that is in fact leading to all kinds of like self-awareness issues. Because the parasocial relationship will go beyond the bounds of the content and will start entering the bounds of the person. Pokimane is a pretty good example of this. Or, you know, Belle Delphine is another example of where oftentimes the content or the parasocial relationship leaves the bounds of the content that's made, and instead, it's too focused on a person, and that creates problems because these are internet people that you don't know any real things about. So I totally get that. But now I think we're seeing the pendulum swing too far in the other direction. Like there's overcorrection. I like that these skulls, chatter while they're attached. I like that these skulls chitter that are part of the horn. It's a pretty hilarious feature. Mr. Jason says, I'm a little ashamed with YouTube for normal viewing experience. You have to have uBlock Origin, improve YouTube, hide shorts for YouTube, and clickbait remover for YouTube. Yeah, you know what? I should take a screen cap of that so that I can deal with that stuff later, at least for the streaming computer. 1 second. Un momento, per favore. Oh, I now have to... Okay, I have to toggle the correct one. Oh, right. No, it's a Twitch chat. Right. It's, want to make sure I've clipped this for my own benefit. Come on, Microsoft. Work with me. There we go. There we go. Just save that as a random image. I'll deal with its placement later. And now I have it for later. Okay, let's see. Hello there, Levi Bask. I hope I'm saying that correctly. I'm probably not. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind. And hope you enjoy your stay. Thank you for thinking I'm funny. I am very much not a funny person, but I appreciate that you think that. That means a lot. Just want you to know. And if you don't mind my asking, you know, what level of experience do you have with Tears of the Kingdom? Is Tears of the Kingdom a new game for you? Have you beaten it many times? I get a lot of people who have beaten it many times. But you know, I've had people that are new too. Just curious. It's a good way to, you know, check with the audience's experience level, and we can curate conversations about it accordingly. You've beaten it once. Okay. That's good. That's good. And what did you enjoy about Tears of the Kingdom? If you don't mind my asking. And while we're conversing about that, let's see. Going back over to Twitch here. Mr. Jason says, I agree. At least with me, with streamers, you retain professionalism. It's a business agreement. Too true. Fair. you go on to say, I know the real names of many streamers that you mod for, but you have never or will never mention their names on stream. Smart. Even though probably the first name is not really enough to get people... Well, I should say it's not enough to not get you doxxed. Hold on. Mr. Bask says, everything so good, glad you enjoy it. And Mr. Bask says, I'm sorry, I need to quit. I will take that to mean that you need to leave for a while. And in that case, you know, thank you for stopping by. And I hope to see you around sooner rather than later. Otherwise, you know, have a good rest of your day. Hope you enjoy your life. Moving back over to Twitch. It's like a data thing. All the corporations have our data, right? Like, we could be doxxed at any time for through no fault of our own, just for registering on websites. No problem, Mr. Bask. Absolutely. But it's like, you don't want to willingly put that information out there. I get it, and it is just being professional. Mr. Jason says, I've completed The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom once, Mr. Coin. You just needed to go and show Ganondorf not to overstep the mark. Us troll-level creators are the top bosses. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Just the top-tier, psychologically, manipulative slash, you know, true psych reader top bosses. The type that would make excellent AI enemy or boss script in games of other calibers. Sorry, making sure my throat is nourished. Let's stop listening to Chattering Skulls, shall we? Wake up! Oh, please wake up! Saguru's not far off, and if he finds out someone's been sleeping on one of the stone slabs, a priceless artifact, I'll be the one who gets it. Stone slab? Yeah, stone slabs are, well, slabs, like the one this guy's sleeping on. The survey team discovered stone slabs in each of the ring ruin sites here. They found this one in the ruin above us. Our leader is able to read Zonai writing and says the text on this slab is a record of a historical fight. Of a historic fight, excuse me. One that was between a great king of that era and the Demon King. The ruler did not, or could not, defeat the Demon King and instead imprisoned that mighty foe. The text also says that the sages who fought beside this ruler left something behind in case the Demon King returned. Aww. It worries me to know this discovery talks about a Demon King's return, and here the upheaval has just happened. If only we knew what those sages did to prepare in case he came back. Sorry, I didn't mean to think and fret at the same time there. You can read the deciphered writing for yourself. It's all right next to the slab. Inn owner? The inn owner is him. That guy there. He came to change our beds, but then I realized he'd fallen sound asleep. Nothing wakes him up. I tried shouting and then shaking him. Nothing. What's more, he decided to doze off on top of this priceless stone slab. He's been saying truffle now and then. Maybe he's having a dream of eating a hearty truffle. I wonder if he'd wake up if he smelled one right under his nose. But it's hard to get a hearty truffle. They're pretty rare. I did find one, however. Do tell. It was bobbing along under that waterfall. I don't know if someone dropped the truffle there or it floated in from somewhere else. I've got to do something about this guy soon, though. Saguru's in the ruins above, and he'll come back here eventually. Alright, we'll deal with him momentarily. Mr. Jason says, you see, Mr. Coin, Hylians think that Ganondorf is a threat. But if Nintendo gave us a Legend of Zelda Dungeon Maker, they will know the true meaning of threat. Oh god. Is it Evo Dungeon? I know there's like an indie game that's kind of like Legend of Zelda-esque. That's all it is a huge dungeon maker. It's got like a Steam Workshop Questmaster. Yeah, it might be Questmaster now that I think on it. Yeah, it's like a pretty popular indie game. It's not super popular, but it has its audience, right? There are like tons of maps on it. I forget which creator I saw take a demo through it, but pretty neat stuff. Especially once you get the dungeons with the logic puzzles set up, or you're able to take advantage of the in-game logic to generate more complicated puzzles. It's pretty cool. All right, let's see. I don't think talking to him is gonna work. My lovely, hearty truffle, fungus of my dreams. Your aroma is unmistakable. You may hide, but my nose knows. We gotta actually pull out a mushroom and put it next to this guy's nose. What are we? Smelling salt, curator? Sure. Hold. We literally had to put it on top of him. That's hilarious. Surely the slab cannot be that comfortable. You'd think so, Mr. Jason, but I know some people that will literally sleep on hardwood floor if they were given like a pillow, a blanket, and a plushie. Granted, is that comfortable sleep? No. But you know, if you're exhausted and you're tired, you'll sleep anywhere. I've done it a couple of times. I've slept on the floor before. Granted, I was a small child and that was less of a problem, but I could do it. Now, as a 33-year-old man with like wrist and elbow problems, maybe not. Maybe not. But I could probably chuff it on the floor if I had to, at least for a couple of nights. Maybe a week, if I like change my posture every so often. A gentle aroma with a strong, hearty undertone. My dear hearty truffle, I have you now. My God, man. Huh? Was that just a dream, and where am I? That's right, I was changing the beds. Anyway, thank you for waking me up. I need to hurry back to the inn. Ooh, that traveler's gonna be so mad at me. It's all good. Hey now, get your feet off that stone slab. Oh my God. I just wanted the mushroom, man. This is one of the priceless artifacts from the ring ruins, so please be careful. Fine. You know what? I'll just have to spook you instead. Thanks for helping me wake that guy up. I can't believe he fell asleep on one of the priceless stone slabs. That can't have been comfortable. Anyway, I'm glad he woke up before Suguru found him. Bye. Hang on, if I slept on a stone slab... See, the hypocrisy knows no bounds. Would I dream about the glory days? Oh. Okay, gonna throw in a quick test. Can people hear me appropriately? Am I coming in clear? Any audio glitching? I think we're okay. The frame rate had like a, or like the, you can, yes? Good, good. The frame rate was doing something really weird on my end. I swore it was going to disconnect. It came pretty close. It didn't quite get there, though. I thought I would type something out just in case, though. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Back to the stone slab. If I slept on a stone slab, would I dream about the glory days of the Zonai? Suguru never comes down, so maybe I'll give it a try. I don't think so. Alright, oh, did we... Please don't tell me, shoot. It's fine. We can just quite literally, ascend back. I'm trying to remember where we parked exactly. Back to the stone slab and hypocrisy? Yeah, I suppose so. Bookkeeping. I now remember what I wanted to talk about. As a reminder to everybody, just in case, I know some people do not frequent Discords too often. We are... didn't we literally park it right here? We did. We are voting on something in-game. Or not in-game, I'm sorry. We are voting on the next game we're going to be playing for the channel. It's a multi-month long vote item. You can, if you can, ascend through the stone slab. Sure, just to annoy him. Dang, I gotta like stop what I'm doing.
That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
Okay, I gotta pilot this. 1 second. Okay, gotta wait for this to swing back out. There. That ought to do it. Alright, so what? Right here? Yeah, we'll see if we can annoy the chap just a little bit. So that, my fine friends, that audio alert you heard just now was the 5-minute warning for the advertising break. We do take one of the... What? Okay, I was a little bit off. First, the shilling. If you guys like this content and you hadn't considered doing so already, please follow on Twitch or subscribe on YouTube or both. Why not both, right? Those are free. Feed off the stone slab. Don't make me tell you again. Can I get a zoom in on Link's face? He looks like this is one of the priceless artifacts. Please be careful. I wonder, is there like a third? Can we do it a third time? I think he says something different a third time. Okay, nope. No third sentence. I was really hoping for one. Anyway, please, like I was saying earlier, for YouTube especially, please consider liking the VOD and putting an appropriate, relevant comment in the comment section, because otherwise, definitely not your view and your like ain't gonna be counted. And that makes me sad. So please, for your sanity and my own. Outside of that, our commercial breaks are 3 minutes long, roughly, at the top of every hour. There will be a timer in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. Once that has, ticked down, I'll be back at my desk and we can get back to the delicious, sweet, wonderful world of Tears of the Kingdom. Because, oh boy, are there a lot of things in here to discover for ourselves. The world is literally our oyster. We could do anything right now. I recommend that everybody get up and stretch during these, because I'm away from my desk during these. These breaks are as much for your guys' benefit. Mainly on Twitch, where the pre-roll is a thing. As well as, my own personal benefit. Gotta keep the deep vein thrombosis. Gotta keep the DVT away. And the 3-minute walk works wonders on that. It's not perfect. It's not the only safeguard you gotta have, but it is a safeguard that will go a long way. Mr. Jason says, in 1 week on Saturday, you'll be out with your IRL friend. You're excited? Awesome. That is fantastic. I hope you enjoy that experience, Mr. Jason. And your real life friend too. I hope you both enjoy it. Okay, let us, heave back. And I'm willing to bet it's at the top of this structure. Let's see if I'm right. No. Yeah, a hover bike is gone. It's fine. It's fine. We can wait until we get onto flat ground before we build it again. I should have just parked it off to the side. Oh well, it might not be gone. We should be able to at least see it. Recall has a longer reach than you expect, but I gotta be able to see it first. Maybe it's like... Wrong one. Wait, it's like... I feel like I could reach that, but it's pretty... Yeah, it's like out of range. Anyway, see you guys after the break. My apologies about that, folks. I am back. Okay. Let's see about fixing this little issue with the hover bike, shall we? I don't even know if I can see it from here. No, it's like still not quite there. It's got a pretty long range, but it isn't like the longest range in the whole wide world. And it's being obscured by tree cover. Okay, well, you know what? All that to say, we actually ended up finding the bike. Now, how damaged is it? And gonna have to do this. It actually looks like it's fully intact. Oh my goodness, that bike is not gone. Do you know how much abuse a real vehicle would have had on it if this was like a real car? It'd be freaking totaled. Just straight up totaled. Just gone. I love Zonai vehicles. I'm just gonna say that. I really love Zonai vehicles. They're the best. Also, we did grab this. Okay, good. This is one of like the main drawbacks that I'm working on maybe trying to address is right now we really don't have any solid means of counteracting the way we gotta control this. Kind of just have to, you know, drop down and hope the drop isn't too drastic. Is this tree right here? And I'm willing to bet it's either a rock or it's an acorn. It's a rock. Right? Okay, we did get that one. Good. The fact that it's buoyant enough that we could fly it out of the water is freaking phenomenal. So bookkeeping. I keep meaning to talk about it, and I keep getting distracted. Let's fix that. So, like I was saying before, we are voting on the next game we want to play. It's gonna take some time. I have it set up to take a while on purpose. Just drop it over like so. Okay, it's an acorn. Good. And we vote on things on this channel. That's like the main thing that we do. The main way I have to give back to everyone. So pretty much ever since Lies of P, our games have been community driven, community chosen. And depending on the community that we curate here depends on, you know, what kind of franchise we take a deep, long delve into for a while. Really, truly, it's like, okay, it's this one here. Let's go ahead and fly. Be careful. Clipping any little thing is... Hey, you there! Come here! Hey, Haven't you heard? It's strictly forbidden to get near that ring ruin. So you better be on your way. I'm sorry. Under what circumstances are you forbidding me from getting up there? That is not good. like, at all. That's a huge yikeroony. Oh, this would have been nice to have, like, anti-slip for. Yeah, there's absolutely no way. I need to, like, get over. And we need to wait. Gotta wait. And now it stops raining. Nice. All I want to do is just take my vehicle and get out of there. Mr. Callop certainly shouldn't mind that. Two, three. Link, stop. Stop. Anyway, long story short, the voting item is a ranked choice vote, so, you know, pick any and all of them that you want to see. I have been an off-again, on-again challenge runner for Elden Ring Reforged, as well as the Dark Souls series. I would love to do that, and in large part, just, like, actually do something like this. Let me recall. Don't do that. Oh, it's gonna do it for individual parts? That's gonna be a problem. Can I grab this? There. That's all I wanted. Was that so difficult, Mr. Callop? Alright. Let's try this again. And maybe let's fly around the ring ruin? Or at the very least, we just have to go over the top in such a way that Mr. Callop won't notice us. If you guys have any questions, of course, do feel free to, like, you can ask them here. You can ask them here in the Twitch chat. You can also, you know, jump on into the Discord server. And we'll be... Oh, this is a good time to make porridge, now that I think on it. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so how do we make the porridge recipe again? I need to ask her about that again. Hey there, going without sleep to see the sights, huh? So did you visit the ring ruins? I would if I wasn't scared of heights. But you've read the slabs. I read what's on a slab. Wha? You went to see them for me? So what did they say? We've only read one of them so far. So in this ancient battle, the king and all the sages fought the demon king, but they couldn't defeat him. Still, they tried to leave a glimmer of hope behind for the people of the future, for us. That's really something, huh? Hey, you don't think the upheaval is some kind of sign of the Demon King's resurrection, do you? It can't be, right? I must be overthinking things. No. Sometimes you should just see the signs and assume the prophecy is true. Thank you for telling me about that slab. Truly fascinating stuff. Just 3 left. I can only imagine what discoveries lie in store. And we need to talk to the shopkeep. Maybe we can buy the Sheikah armor. You know, if we do this nice thing. Alright, pretty sure she's in this house. No, wrong house. It's like, I think it might be this house. Yeah, it's this little house right here. I don't know who you are, but I'm sorry you have to see me like this. Illness? Yeah. Right, and she should be sitting near the cook pot. That correct? Oh, it's you again. Did you come back because you were worried about my grandmother? If I knew this would happen, I never would have let her go help the research team. If she hadn't volunteered to put herself in danger, she wouldn't have been exposed to the gloom and gotten sick. She's still so weak. Porridge is the only thing she can eat. I've tried mixing in different ingredients to help with the gloom sickness, but none have worked. Porridge? Yes, tell me about the porridge. It's my grandmother's favorite, made of Hylian rice, fresh milk, and wild greens. Greens are Hyrule herbs. And we have the milk now. Rice, milk, and greens. Mr. Jason says, we're going on a train trip. I'm taking 50 pounds for both of our tickets, and then 60 for both of the dinners, and 300 for me for shopping. Nice. I hope your friend enjoys that. Do you know where your intent? You say dinners. I assume the dinners are part of the train trip. Would that be correct? Okay, so she said, rice, greens, and that is wheat, rice, milk, and then I think we want Sundelion here. Dinner is the midday and second meal in the UK. Breakfast, dinner, tea. Gotcha. Ooh, this is new. Restores hearts damaged by gloom. Porridge made of easy to digest vegetables, fresh milk, and Hylian rice, an uplifting dish. And then cups of tea between. Kappa. Is that a real Kappa? I feel like you would drink cups of tea between anyway. I say you, I mean like a collective you, like the audience you. Indeed. Just replace that with decaf coffee, and you probably I would be doing the same thing. It's fine. Of course, drinking decaf coffee is not exactly all that good for you. Drinking coffee is fine if it's black. The problem is I can't drink it that way. Too bitter. I can't even handle the Earl Grey for the same exact reasons. Too bitter. Can't stand it. Now, maybe I'm thinking of like tea steeped straight out of the bag, or like fresh leaves steeped in a pot or something. I'm not talking about prepared Earl Grey that's been like touched up with stuff. Just classic Earl Grey. I've had it out of a box once or twice, and that's probably not authentic Earl Grey, but it's whatever will pass for Earl Grey. I'm almost 100% sure of that. Bitterest tasting tea in the whole world, as far as I'm concerned. I have your porridge. She's just getting worse and worse. I need to hurry and make her porridge. Huh? What is that gentle aroma? Is that porridge I smell? Could it be that you make a porridge that could help with gloom sickness? Give it a try. There you go. Did you say this once again? Was again? A sunny veggie porridge? I've never made anything sunny before. Maybe this will help my grandmother. We're gonna find out. Well, grandmother, how is it? Thank you, Leslie. That was the first meal I've been able to finish in quite a while. Grandmother, your complexion. The color's coming back to your cheeks. Hey, look, are you seeing this? A few bites of your sunny veggie porridge, and it's like she was never even sick. Yeah, I guess here in the States, it's like, it's strange, as far as like what we'll call dinner. As far as my lexicon is concerned, I use dinner to mean the evening meal. And dinner and supper are mostly interchangeable. You get out to the Midwest, and like supper means something very specific again. And then you get over to the actual West, like California, Washington, Alaska, and so on. And dinner goes back to being interchangeable with supper again. It's really strange. I couldn't tell you why. Dinner has sort of lost its original meaning. It's like she was never even sick.
Oh.
So you were the one who made that porridge for me. Such a gentle flavor. It didn't just nourish my body, but my spirit too. Thanks to you and my granddaughter, it seems I'll be around for a long time yet. I'm so grateful to the both of you. Grandmother, what are you doing up? Oh, Clary, I'm so sorry I worried you, but this nice young man made me a wonderful sunny veggie porridge, so I'm feeling much better now. Hold on, you're doing this much better? After one bowl of porridge? I guess I knew that was Laslie's plan, but I'm still amazed it actually worked. Now that I'm feeling better, you should hurry and prepare for your journey, Laslie. Huh? You knew? You can't get anything by her, Laslie. Besides, everyone knows studying fashion in Hateno Village is your dream. Grandmother and I can take care of Enchanted by ourselves. Trust me, you deserve this. Clary, are you sure you don't want to go study with her? Well, I'd be lying if I said I didn't. But there's something else I want more. I want to make Enchanted a success. Right here in my beloved Kakariko Village. Right here next to my beloved grandmother. And I dream of someday filling our store wall to wall with outfits you designed, Laslie. So don't worry about me. Go study hard in Hateno Village and come back to us a fashion icon. You mean it? Thank you, Clary. And thank you, grandmother. Well, now that grandmother is all better, I think it's time I head back to the shop. I've got to make sure our prices are back to normal and everything's ready for our customers. You should come by Enchanted yourself. Yay, we could buy the Sheikah set maybe. Thank you so much for your help. I made a lot of porridge trying to find a cure for my grandmother. We won't be able to eat it all ourselves. I think it turned out pretty tasty though, so I'd love to give you some to take on your journey. Yum.
Yeah.
I'm going to work hard for my big sister. Just watch. I'll be a fashion designer who changes the world. Okay, let me catch up on chat here. And let me make sure I've caught up on both chats. Okay. I hope the eventual sequel to this game has more Lionels. Imagine Lionel sharks that are in the ocean. Oh, I don't think they'd be in the ocean, but I do think I could see sea creatures in rivers. Because the ocean tends to be mostly just fish. You know what, though? There probably are ocean entities. Yeah, it would be nice if there were a few more, things. Imagine Lionel sharks that are in the ocean. Ugh. That would be unparryable. Please no. I can dodge Lionels fine. But I've gotten very good at parrying them, and you cannot parry them in water. You can only imagine how cold that energizing porridge would be now. Yeah, and heating stuff up like that on a cook pot does not work. Really, truly not. Oh, right. After eating your sunny veggie porridge, Nana made a full recovery. With her grandmother happy and healthy again, Clary has returned to the family clothing shop, and Laslie is headed to Hateno Village to study fashion. Thanks to you, I'm actually going to get to study fashion in Hateno Village with a clear conscience. But Hateno Village is far to the east, on the edge of Necluda, so I won't be able to come home to Kakariko Village very often. I'm actually a bit nervous about going on my own, but I'd be happy if you came to visit me sometime. That porridge. That was sunny veggie porridge, wasn't it? I've never tasted anything quite like that. It was as if poison were drawn from my body. And such a comforting flavor, too. I feel like I have a whole new lifetime ahead of me. What? So everyone... is this like the... Hold on. Is this like Tomb of Annihilation? For those that don't know, Tomb of Annihilation is a classic Dungeons & Dragons campaign where the whole entire plot of the campaign is that you guys are on a jungle island called Cholt, and there's a wasting sickness going throughout the island that causes everyone to lose their vitality, and the way that it works mechanically is that everyone loses maximum hit points while they're you know, living here in the land of Cholt, and or at least it's a wasting sickness that affects the client that you're trying to get rid of it for. But there are definitely other people that are affected by it, if I remember my story correctly. And the whole point of Tomb of Annihilation is to come out with a cure at the end. For said client, as well as anyone else who's been affected by it. Interesting campaign. It is the meat, like the meat house of campaigns. Like, it's so bad. It's so difficult that you literally have to make run-throughs of multiple characters just to complete it. Like, you have to draft up multiple sheets in preparation for it. Now, some groups don't. The one that I'm part of, that's the way we're doing it, is we're running through a list of semi-randomized characters with semi-random backstories. And that's kind of the goal, but that campaign has not materialized too much in a cool 6-month period. Mr. Jason says, I can't remember where you saw it, but I saw a combination of a Guardian and a Gloom spawn on the internet. Oh no, probably Reddit. Yeah, I'm sure someone has drawn that. That would be the stuff of nightmares. Not gonna lie. That would definitely be the stuff of nightmares. And I already sometimes think about, the Gloom spawn at night. Like, it's invaded my nightmares. I sometimes think about it. I don't know if the shop would be open or if the prices are changed yet, but let's go have a look. I'm probably wrong on this. Okay, this is way more reasonable. 600, 700, 500, 13, 1,800 rupees. Do we have 1,800 rupees? Oh, it's you. Now that grandmother's better, it can go back to our normal prices. The fashion world owes you a debt. Now, where was I? Ah, yes, we also buy anything you don't need, so just talk to me when you're ready. Ah, that reminds me, for a limited time, customers who buy a piece of clothing from us will receive a special gift. So get shopping. Anyway, you can't get your hands on CC brand fashion unless you go southeast to Hateno Village. But why go there when you can meet all your fashion needs right here? We serve both style and quality.
Hey.
Okay, we're gonna sell some stuff. What do I want to sell exactly? 1 diamond? We have 8 of them? Sure. Cool. And, oh, hold on. I don't have time to do much traveling, but looking at the things you carry around feels like seeing the world. Too true. Pawn shops are like they can be an excellent place to go to see the world, but you have to choose the right ones. They gotta be curated. Going to a pawn shop downtown feels more like you're going into a weapons parlor asking for a gun, a handgun or something, a la Shin Megami Tensei. See, Shin Megami Tensei 4 and 4 Apocalypse. Or I guess for you guys across the ocean, it would be for final. Oh, I want to play Shin Megami Tensei so badly for the channel. Do you see why you hunt Lionels for fun? One Lionel gut equals 200 rupees. No, I do in fact see it. I did in fact see it. Yeah, it was 200 rupees. Pretty profound stuff. The diamond is why I generally like to go mining. I am a huge connoisseur of mining. I love to do that activity. I like it in multiple games even. I enjoy it that much. All right. Speaking of... Oh, excuse me. Did you need something else? No, I don't. It may look like a regular cloth mask, but it was made using Sheikah crafting techniques to suppress the noisy rustling of clothes. That will cost you 500 rupees. A deal like this doesn't come along every day. What a steal. Yeah, I'll say. When you buy a piece of clothing from us, we're offering a special gift. So here you go, you fashion maven, you. Ooh, oh, we're getting fabric for a lot of paraglider designs, I think. Tough fabric bearing a Sheikah design. It looks like it could be used to make a paraglider. Nice. Armor designed for stealth, passed down through the Sheikah tribe. The special fabrics suppress the rustling of clothes, even when moving quickly. Yes, please. A deal like this does not come along every day. Item remains the same price forever. Yes. A true troll. Did I read it? I think I already read it. The special fabrics suppress the rustling of clothes even when moving quickly. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I read it piecemeal. Members of the Sheikah tribe wear these tights when they need to move stealthily. They're made from noise-suppressing cloth, a hallmark of ancient Sheikah technology. That little number will run you 600 rupees. That's not a little number, ma'am. That's a big number. That's a big number. That's 3 whole digits. That's more than I have in my bank account. Yikes. I mean, not here in the game, of course, but it's sad that individual currency it beats out what I have on hand, truly. Okay, we now have something I'm never taking off for the rest of the game except when we're flying. And that is the stealth set. My goodness, it is nice to be back. I wore this set all day long in Breath of the Wild, and it's nice to have it back in Tears of the Kingdom. I have been waiting a long time to be able to wear this again. I really thought they were gonna make us use the Yiga set instead, and you know, that would have been cool, right? But the fact that you can buy the Sheikah set tells me you just get both somewhere along the way. You want to know a fun fact? Sure, I'm all for fun facts. Oh, you know what? No, we don't need to do that. We can just walk around. Sure. Let's do it like this. You just checked. If you sold your Lionel guts, you would make 7,400 rupees. Nice. How many guts do I have for comparison? I only have 1 Lionel gut and 1 Gliok gut. You have 37? Yeah, like, obviously this isn't like a stick measuring contest, right? But... Come on, Link. I saw that light up just a moment ago. You know what? I'll take it. And 20 of the second one? I'm pretty sure our friend the Korok is probably up here. I think... No. Never mind. I'm thinking of Breath of the Wild with that one. That's what's going on. I'm thinking of Breath of the Wild, where a Korok was up there at the top. This one is down here. And now the other one is behind. Yeah, it's like back here. And I'm thinking probably up top. Let's see. We marked it, would have been right about here. Okay. No. It's probably got to be up this cliff side here. Going back to the train trip, I hope you and your friend enjoy that. You've probably been looking forward to that for a pretty long time now, if I remember, our previous conversations about it. Okay, fairy lights have got to be somewhere. We quite literally... Let me make sure I'm zooming in on the correct portion of the map here. Oh, is it like... It's supposed to be facing toward the back. Oh, it's like over here. Ish. Right? It's like... Huh, this one's a bit tricky. Mr. Jason says if you sold your Lionel Guts, Silver Lionel Saber Horns, and the Mace Horns, you would make roughly 18,500 rupees. Or you would make exactly 18,500 rupees. Impressive. Yeah, so monster hunting is like a good way to farm money. I'm definitely not going to be arguing that. And, you get a lot of weapons in the meantime. You can get a lot of... Even if you, didn't sell every horn, right? You'd probably at least be able to make out, a bandit with all the weapons. Hey there, Mr. Klebus, and all of your wonderful raiders. And thank you for the shout-out, Mr. Jason. That helps out a lot. Welcome on in, Klebus and wonderful people. How was... Let me go ahead and pause this for a second, because the waterfall is quite loud. How was the stream? What was that? Texas Chainsaw Massacre? I saw there. I'm pretty sure that was Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Yes. Thank you again to Mr. Jason for the hype on that. Texas, yes. Okay. Stream went okay. Good. Have you been enjoying Texas Chainsaw Massacre, or is this like a relatively fresh game for you, Mr. Klebus? If you guys have not checked out Mr. Klebus and his wonderful content, please do so. He works pretty hard on his streams. He's popular for playing Fortnite. Or I should say his most popular title is Fortnite, but he's played Death Stranding 2. He's played quite a few other titles. Definitely go check his content out. Chill stream, super chill guy. You guys will enjoy it. Promise. You've played it before? Okay. So you're starting to play it again? Nice. Well, wonderful raiders, my name is Coin. Mr. Klebus, if you do need to take care of yourself, please feel free to do so. You know, if you want to, that is. My name is Coinstamp. Most people call me Coin. I am an action-adventure and RPG enthusiast. That's like my hallmark. That's what I play. I've played Elden Ring. I've played Dark Souls 3. I've played Lies of P. Still Rising. I realize I've not named an action-adventure game yet. Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. We've played other RPGs like Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Or Mass Effect. Or Baldur's Gate 3. We have played all of those before, and a litany of other games. So if you guys like action adventure RPGs, action adventure, or RPG type games, you guys will enjoy the offerings I have here on the channel for you. Mr. Klebus says you were craving pizza, so you're looking for a place where to buy one? I could go for good pizza. Give me a margarita pizza and swap out the tomatoes. It's not that I dislike tomatoes, it's that they give my gut a whole bunch of trouble. My body does not like tomatoes. My mouth loves tomatoes, but my body has decided nope, does not want tomatoes. So whenever I get a margarita from Pizza Hut, I swap out the tomatoes for fire roasted peppers. It's pretty good. I enjoy the little substitution. I stream Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. For reference, that's roughly 6 hours out from England. And I'm pretty sure I'm 1 more hour behind Greenwich Mean Time. So I'm approximately 6 to 9 hours behind most of my audience these days. Because I in large part do tend to have a European audience with other visitors, of course, too. Mr. Jason says if you have played a Dark Souls game, you'll do fine in Super Mario Maker 2, Mr. Coin. Super Mario Maker 3? Now you can only make easy levels. Oh, no. JK. That's, yeah. But I wouldn't put it past Nintendo, not to do that, though. Like, they're already, like, notoriously anti-troll. And so, in addition to being anti-troll, right, I literally could see them taking it so far as to, as soon as something has, like, that correct tag on it or whatever, or, people put that in the description or the title of the level, Nintendo would be nuking it from orbit. It's happened before. It's even happened over, like, just levels featuring obscure jump tricks. You joke, but I wonder, how serious Nintendo would make that joke out to be. Nintendo Online is also a joke. I agree. As someone who has paid for it before, true joke. And it always has been a joke. I don't know about that one, but I think as long as Nintendo is on this legal kick that it's been on, right? Where is this? Am I, like, missing something? Or what? Anyway, I must be missing something. Alright. It's fine, game. I'm just gonna climb this rock, and we're gonna, like, freeze a platform. You guys have come in just in time. We are in the process of collecting. I'm just gonna drop down and wait. We are in the midst of collecting Korok seeds. All 1,000 of them. Of course, we're not totally halfway there yet, but we're getting there. Just takes a bit of time. Why are you guys running from... I guess you guys would be running from rain, huh? Mr. Jason says, the only thing that I've benefited from with Nintendo Switch Online is being able to exclusively get a Nintendo Switch 2 through Nintendo directly. Insert eye roll gif here, along with... Oh, you spinster, you. It's fine. Really? Come on. I just saw it light up. Right there. And that's mostly what the last couple of episodes have just been me collecting Korok seeds. Okay, so I had it wrong. It's here. Talking to spinsters, you always hope to see Shiny. You probably won't see him for a little bit. Things have not been going incredibly well for him. That's about as much as I want to broadcast about his business. If Shiny does get here and decides he wants to talk about it, that's on him. But I had the distinct misfortune of hearing about what Shiny went through yesterday. It was not good. Of course, I guess I say that, and I have to then say, you know, if people want to find that information out, they totally can. It's available on VOD, on the YouTube side toward the end. If you want to read it for yourselves, feel free. But I'm not going to just freely talk about it. That's not my place. You know what I'm saying? Bye-bye. Mr. Jason says, sending appreciation to Shiny. If he stops by, I will definitely tell him you did that. I will definitely tell him you did that. He will be pleased as punch that someone is in his corner. What are we doing? We are getting ready to go fly out of the village. Finally. We've been here for entirely too long. One of the many drawbacks to the hover bike. If you get caught on something, you kind of have to just disengage. Shiny is a good friend of yours, and you've only known them for a little while? That's awesome. It's nice to make new friends. It's something I'm trying to do as well. Not that I don't like the friends I have now. Of course I do. But as an extrovert myself, right? I like having lots of different friends. I like having different kinds of friends. I don't like being in echo chambers, and I don't like seeing the same people over and over and over and over again. I see you, Mr. Acorn. So, for me, going out and meeting people is something I rarely get the chance to do, but whenever I can do so, I try to take advantage of that. Making new friends is nice. It's something I wish I could say I had any success with at the moment. I make many internet friends, and I'm thankful for all the internet friends I have, but having, you know, real life friends is nice. I cannot undersell just how important having a person that you can actually talk to in front of you is. Mr. Klebus says, recently got PS Plus Extra again, so you have some games to play from the catalog. Nice. Really liking the Banisher's Ghost of Eden. What is the Ghost of Eden? Is that like a shooter or an adventure game of sorts? Hearing Ghost makes me Ghost of Tsushima, but that I know that's not correct. It's an action RPG? Ah, gotcha. Understood. That I would probably actually enjoy that if given the chance. I'll have to, I should write that down, but I can do that later, toward the end of stream. Because the chat log is very prolific, has been for a while. Mr. Jason says, I have a lot of amazing internet friends, but very few real-life friends. That's by choice, of course. You know, having quality friends count, like, is important. But also, I like having many acquaintances, too, and I think having many acquaintances is also important. Acquaintances do serve the purpose. It's a connections thing. It's like a social connections thing. Mr. Jason goes on to say, the more real-life friends that you have, the more expensive it gets for birthdays and Christmases. Fair. And that eats into your video game accounting. Valid. Mr. Klebus says you're going to get pizza now? You'll be back later. I leave lurk here. Thank you so much, Mr. Klebus, for bringing yourself and your wonderful people over. Yes, please go get nourishment. I hope the pizza is enjoyable. Earnestly, truly. My lovely senator, I hope to see you again sooner rather than later. Otherwise, please rest well, and I hope to see you next time. And with that, we are going to mark off 6 more Koroks to go find. I'm trying to think of... Yeah, you know what I'm going to do? We're going to start working toward... We're going to start working toward the Dueling Peaks. You can wish an internet, Mr. Jason says, you can wish an internet friend happy birthday if that information is known. But if with a real life friend, you feel like you have to get them a card and organize meeting up, and it gets rather expensive, social norms and all that. I mean, you don't have to do that. Your real life friends certainly would understand if you maybe couldn't do that for whatever reason. That's kind of the point, right? Is that with friends, with real life friends, you don't have to necessarily follow social norms. It's nice to do, but ultimately your friends should want to be there because you're friends with them. And I'm not, calling anyone out. I'm just making a general statement here. But it does help making memories, doesn't it? You get them a card and you organize the meetup. That's what it's all for. It's to make memories. But friends know how much you spend on games? Yes. I know a fraction of what you spend, and my jaw routinely drops just like reading it on the screen. You got 6 copies of Pokemon Legends Z through A on pre-order. See? This is what I'm talking about. I only know the fraction of the thing, and I'm floored. I can't even... I struggle even, like, buying one thing. Never mind 6 things. Never mind 6 games that are worth, like, $50, $60 each. Or, excuse me, I should probably say 40 to 50 pounds each. I am glad you have a lucrative job, Mr. Jason. I truly do mean that. That has to be like a blessing, to be able to purchase so many things. I don't need to know what you do. That's private business, but I am envious. I'm not going to lie. I have a distinct level of envy for what you do in order to be able to buy all that stuff. Did I put that in the right spot? I don't think I did. I certainly did not. At intermission, Google this product? Sure. The Pokemon Legends Z to A Nintendo Switch 2 Edition Champions Choice Bundle sounds like it has DLC on it. And you've purchased that for both systems? That's got to be the Nintendo Switch 2 and, like, the Nintendo Switch... No, is it coming out for Switch and Switch 2? Or are there, like, OLED versions or something? Let's see here. 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 And... looks like maybe here. There might be one in the cave. This bundle includes a copy of the Pokemon Legends Z-A Nintendo Switch 2 Edition Mega Charizard X and Y figurines, a pin set, an umbrella, a mug, and a cap, and a starter figurine pre-order bonus item. That's a lot of stuff. The umbrella is what I would probably be looking forward to most, because umbrellas are kind of like things you tend to either lose or wear out through pretty quickly. At least I tend to burn through umbrellas pretty fast, or I tend to lose them. Or put them in closets and not know where to find them again. The $78.99 in pounds.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
Well, my lovely senators and inductees, that would be the 5-minute warning for the commercial break. And it's the second hour, so you know what that means. We've got major shilling we got to get done. So, first off, I want to thank people for hanging out with me up to this point. I really do appreciate it. And I've already talked about the free and easy methods to help the channel out, and I do sincerely appreciate people being here, period. You don't even need to do any of the rest. Dang it. Oh, we just managed to catch it. Good. But of course, if you guys do feel like being financially generous for any reason, I do have plenty of avenues to do that. You've got all the stuff baked in on Twitch. And a Twitch subscription will get you a ton of benefits. But underneath the video player will be a Linktree link, and the About Me section also has the donations panel in it. Please feel free to check out any and all of those options. Those are also ways to, you know, give freely if you are choosing to be financially generous. And of course, I'm deeply appreciative. For you guys on YouTube, or, you know, if people just want to get the benefits for real cheap, because we all like cheap. Let's be real here. I definitely recommend checking out Patreon or Coffee. You know, you're not going to get the cool emotes, or I think they're cool anyway. Okay, I'm getting tired of the chittering, the spinning propeller here. That's enough of that. You won't get the removal of ads in your experience. You know, this is why I recommend ad blockers anyway. That's just going to help your viewing experience out. And in case anyone was on the fence about them, the literal U.S. government, even the Trump administration, yes, let me repeat that again. Even the Trump administration is recommending ad blockers. So please don't give money to skip the ad experience. Just get an ad blocker. You're going to save yourself so much money doing that. But if you want to give, if you truly wish to be financially generous, $1 on Patreon or Coffee will get you most everything else, including the extra vote that I count towards, like, the games that we're gonna play, or any kind of activity we do in the game that I put up for a vote. I count an extra vote for each person that buys, like, a membership or a subscription. It's one of my major ways of giving back. Now that said, the commercial break itself at the top of the hour, there we do take commercial breaks. We do that to mitigate pre-roll. There will be 3 minutes of commercial break, of commercial ads. I highly recommend getting up, stretching, and grabbing a snack. I take this break as much for myself as I do for everyone else. There will be a timer in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. As soon as that timer has winked out and disappeared, I will be back at my desk and we can continue the gaming, the sweet gaming, what we're actually here for, right? I sure hope we're here for that, or you could be here for me, but either way, it won't. The commercial break will be over before we all know it. And with that, let's catch up on chat. While I've got the chance. Hey, we talked about the pound price of the game. That's got to be like what, 80, 85, 90, something like that. And probably like $70 US. Oh, let's not go barreling into small trees, shall we? This hover bike has made getting Koroks so much easier. And with that, I'll see you guys after the break. My apologies about that, folks. I am back. Nature gave me one of her nice phone calls. I love Mother Nature, but I truly could have gone without the horrendous timing that phone call had. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jason and company. Let me go ahead. I did try Googling this. Yeah, okay, I need to make sure I typed it in exactly. I figured I would screw it up. Let me do this real quick. I happen to be sitting on the porcelain throne trying to type that in. I kept getting the Nintendo Switch 2 bundle instead of that comes with the game that was priced at $500 instead of the game bundle in just the bundle for the game instead. Okay, so it's... And I also typed it in completely backwards, so of course that wasn't ever going to work out right. Just doing this right quick. Nope, that is an extra Z. Edition. If I could spell worth a damn on the phone. Champions. Yeah, I kept spelling it wrong. Choice. Bundle. Okay, so looking at this... That's interesting. I'm getting a bunch of videos to watch instead of like an actual real article. That's like kind of a problem. I'm basically looking at Reddit to try to get an answer for this. The Switch 2 yeah, okay, so 70 euros or 59 pounds or, yeah, essentially $70 US. Here's the Nintendo Direct link. Thank you. Stream is gonna get crunchy for just a second. 78 pounds. Yeah, that's a nice umbrella. Reject all non-essential cookies. The figurines are kind of whatever, at least for me. If other people enjoy that, that's totally fine. But the umbrella and the mug are what I would really care about if I ordered something like this myself. Because mugs don't come by every day. The figures are definitely from McDonald's, 100%. Probably, which is fine, I suppose. The main reason you get it is definitely for the merch, like the clothing merch, and not for the figures. At least in my honest purview. You know, figurine collectors notwithstanding, I would definitely make use of the mug and the umbrella. Cap. So I have hats, right? Coin goes over and pulls out his nice brown trilby. I do have hats, but I hardly wear them. They're not good for your head. If you're a middle-aged man like yourself, or if you're in your early teens and 20s, wearing hats is not good for your scalp. You can cut off the blood flow by wearing a hat over time. Like it's not very common for this to happen, right? Usually the cutting off of the blood flow to your scalp is like an internal thing. And it's usually hormonally driven. But you can, absolutely squeeze the capillaries that are on top of your head, especially around the front. it won't cause like significant goodness, I'm blanking on what I'm wanting to say. It won't cause too significant balding, and really wearing a hat's just more of an accelerant. If you're balding, it'll make it worse, but if you're not balding, then it won't matter. The main thing I have against wearing hats for sure is the hat hair. The grimy, greasy, the grimy greasiness that your hair can take on if you wear caps for a long time is just... ugh, blech. Cannot do it. Disclaimer, you're not a reseller or scalper, as you are just an obsessive hoarder. No, that's totally fair, but you mostly pre-order as many of the bundles as you can, because those bundle items, especially when the production run is over, I think that's what I had to parse the 6 words there, do skyrocket in price on eBay. I mean, hey, kudos to you if you resell that stuff and you get a decent amount of money for it. I'm not here to judge. You clearly didn't you don't need 6 items worth of, or 6 copies worth of games. 1 or 2 will probably do, but, that said, and just drop this down here. Okay, absolutely not. I think that just fell over the edge. How far down? That went into the water for certain. Nintendo UK, 1 per customer. Jason, that's fine. Buys 1 Pokemon Legends Z through a Nintendo Switch 2 edition Champions Choice bundle. Buys 1 Pokemon Legends Z through A edition, Champions Choice bundle. Do you buy these like 1 at a time? I figured they would have like traced that to your card or whatever. You buy them 1 at a time. You know what? Fair. Definitely fair. The companies are getting the money anyway, so they really... Is that a balloon? That's balloon. Okay. Wait, which one did I just grab? Hold on. Okay, no. Yep, I am at the correct one. I just, definitely was having a mental breakdown there. It's fine. Like I said, gotta make some money back on this stuff somehow. And if selling the individual components you don't care for and like extra copies of things makes you money, I'm okay with that. Everyone else should be okay with it. I can't believe we're less than a week until August. Don't remind me. I'm joking. It's fine. I guess to put in some context for why I'm less excited about August, student loan interest start coming back around that time. Where is this? Is it like down there? No, I actually think it has disappeared. That's fine. We can just go on back and I'll make a new one. And your boy, Coin, he was definitely a college student. He took out federal loans in order to try to make his education a real thing. Debt is not a good thing to have in your name. We were kind of on a forbearance holding pattern due to COVID, and since the Department of Education is being gutted and ultimately dismantled, like the loans aren't going away, right? They're moving to the Small Business Department for the U.S. government, but interest is going to be accruing beforehand. up to 3,500 US dollars of interest. People are being squeezed, and I don't know what that's gonna look like for me yet, because all of my debt is federal debt. So I'm gonna have to figure out, like, really how to hustle, like, more than I already try to do in the first place. So I'm very scared about August. Very, very scared. But that's about as much as I want to talk about it. That said, Christmas is in 149 days, Mr. Jason goes on to say. Yep. Christmas should be good, you know, provided that the geopolitical events don't get too much more unstable than they currently are. I am not happy that things are happening as a current US citizen at the moment. I really don't even feel like I'm fully in control of my own fate. But again, that's I want to keep the referencing of current affairs to a minimum. Oh, I was really concerned that that was going to flop and fall off the cliff. Let me go ahead and slot these. And one more time. Mr. Jason says, I spent 3 80-pound increments around Christmas time. 2 of them are on Christmas food, and one of them is an advent calendar for friends and family. Oh, I have not... Wow, that has... I am not sure. Okay. And it is gone. That's not really truly gone, right? But it's gonna be hell to, like, pick that back up. Okay, turn this around, and I think we probably have it. There we go. Although this year is kind of ironic. Oh, in what way? Let's see, where I think it's this one? Yes, it's this, Korok on the map there. Welcome on in, House Quaker. Good to see you. Hopefully you're, doing well in both body and mind, and hope you enjoy your stay. Mr. House Quaker says, I'm so glad I was able to get a scholarship. Would not have gotten my degree without it. The current system is predatory. It's so predatory, it's disgusting. Tell me about it. I went in on a Pell Grant initially, and then I took out I took out federal loans for the rest. Of course, if I had known, if only someone had told me, like, more, I guess more directly, or if there had been, like, financial offices that actually told us, you know, hey, these federal, like, yes, there's the promissory note, right? I get that. But it would be nice if all of the legal disclaimers about student loans were not written in legalese, and it was just plainly spoken for everyone to read. That's like my biggest problem I have with this. If everyone spoke plain, I'd be fine. You know, I could make informed, reasonable decisions and not second guess. The second guessing is probably what led me... that and personal responsibility, right? I'm not going to sit here and discard my own role in things. I definitely did not have to take on additional debt. You know, I could have accepted that working a strenuous job, that being a farm tech was just going to be a high turnover job, and I could have been making money. I have to accept responsibility for that. But the student loans are definitely a predatory thing. Sorry, I'm getting caught in the weeds here. I'm also fighting some emotions at the moment. It's a point of pain for me. Mr. Jason says, I'm spending $80 on advent calendars for my mom, for their mom, grandma, 2 nieces, IRL friend, and then sister and her partner. Oh, that's a lot of advent calendars. And then 1 advent calendar you want for yourself is the same price from Hotel Chocolat, of course. That one you showed me previously. Absolutely delicious stuff. I wish I could order it. What I've learned about college is, I wouldn't have traded the experience, right? Like for anything. I enjoyed my time at college. I'll say it. I have no problem saying it. I enjoyed the time I spent there learning all about the way cells worked, about biology, physics, chemistry, math, communication. I enjoyed all of it. But in the end, that knowledge is I have 2 associate's degrees, and that knowledge is kind of withering on the vine. Yes, I see you over there. Come on, then. Show me what you got. One of the only things I got to, really get out of all this was like a physical copy of a physics textbook. I have lab journals from when I was a college student, but the most valuable thing by far was definitely... That is a blue warbling. Yeah. The most valuable thing I have is the physics textbook, and it's not even a majors textbook, right? It doesn't have calculus in it. I know about calculus. I know some things about calculus, but I couldn't tell you how to, actually perform calculus operations. I couldn't tell you about the power rule or whatever. I would definitely be guessing. If there's anything that I wish I could have carried with me, it would be like an actual legitimate, math book. Let me see. Let me go back here. Housequaker says you've taught both high school and college courses, and the current state of public education is shocking. My college students were barely reading at a high school level. Yeah, and this was before... That had to have been before the pandemic, right? Never mind after the pandemic. Where... Okay, I need to figure out what the heck is going on here. Oh, never mind. We don't need to be in here. The real friend that we need to go find is on the opposite side or down at the bottom, right over there. And consequently, I think our bike is down there anyway, so we can go back and grab it. See, is our friend the hover bike around here somewhere? I don't think so. No. Okay. I am almost afraid of what the reading level looks like now in like the upcoming US population, because from what I understand, there are adults who come out of the school system that can't read. They're actually illiterate. That's not a drag. That's not me trying to judge them, and I apologize if my sentence is coming across that way. It's just, it's very worrying when you have full-grown 25-year-olds that can't read without a remedial course. Wild. Just wild stuff. Mr. Jason says, I've been wondering something about U.S. schools. Okay. The Pledge of Allegiance, I guess it makes sense to Americans, but looking in it looks a bit odd. Well, you're in the UK, right? Do you have like a national anthem that you repeat? You know, before the start of class or at certain events? Is that like a common thing, or is playing the anthem everywhere kind of like an American thing these days, or like a dictatorial thing? Not at all, no? I see. We don't even fly flags? Yeah, that's... America has always had a patriotism thing. Probably ever since the, like, McCarthyism era, or, like, the Red Scare. No, you just want to put on this other bright bloom seed. There we go. All right, Mr. Korok, tell me where your friend is. Yes, we know you're in a real pickle. Tell me about your friend across the river. Really? Fine. Hop on board, Mr. Korok. Yeah, like, we've always had a huge thing with patriotism. It really took its start during like the McCarthy post Red Scare era. All right, I'm gonna unglue you. Thank goodness. And I thought that was way further up than it actually was. Okay. Good. I guess I could have referenced the Y coordinate for that. Mr. Jason says, I would laugh if the Korok was across the river and on top of the cliff. That would be wild. Yeah, I'm glad that's not the case. Alright, let's get to flying. As an American citizen who is not all that patriotic, you know, on the whole, I love my country, but I'm not a patriot. I want to be careful with the way I word things here. I can love my country and be critical of it, right? I don't think being critical means I'm anti-patriotic. In fact, usually if people criticize something, they tend to criticize it more when it's something, you know, you love, like your country, because you want to see it do well, and you want to see people that are maybe less, you know, less blessed with opportunity get a chance to have some of that opportunity. However, these days, if I'm not at least calling out the elephant in the room, you know, I'm part of the problem, right? The American citizenry has been absolutely ass-blasted with propaganda. Sorry for the French there, but we have been blasted with propaganda ever since the 70s. And it's gotten particularly bad now because once the safety regulations were quote unquote turned off, because before, you know, we weren't allowed to have propaganda shoved in our face. Think tanks on both the political left and the political right have pretty much been keeping their political machines well oiled and constantly serving us propaganda. It's to the point that most poli-sci majors in the US, I have a friend who's a poli-sci major, and they pretty much all say the same thing. Propaganda is everywhere. Everything is political. Not only is everything political, but it's in your best interest to get involved with politics, or you're not going to have a say in your future. That's the type of stuff I hear coming from poli-sci majors all the time, including my own real-life friend. Unfortunately, it's only now where I think I'm starting to kind of see how right that sentiment is. Because a lot of people before were engaging in what I call performative politics. Sorry, this is like the geopolitical segment, I suppose. I'm going to do my best to kind of keep that limited. But there are people that get involved with movements all the time here in the US that don't really understand what they're protesting about, or, you know, what they're raising picket signs for, or anything of the sort. Let me go ahead and focus up here for a second. Okay, we're gonna take a break in the shrine that's right there, and then we're going to that I literally spot down there, and then I'll take a look at the Korok count, and we'll kind of go from there. Mr. Jason says the most expensive Easter egg you bought in 2024 was 15 pounds. And then the most in 2024 was 15 pounds. And the most expensive Easter egg you bought in 2025 was 90 pounds. Yeah, that's a 600% increase. Absolutely wild price spike. Could not be me. This looks like a weird color of construct. I'm gonna... This shrine purifies the ancient evil. Yes. You're gonna teach me about shields. You can reflect a projectile if you parry with your shield at the right time. Oh, we actually have to learn how to parry projectiles. Gross. Okay. Yes, we know about the perfect parry. Thank you. I want to... That is a training construct. Okay, that actually works. I'll read that comment on YouTube in just a moment. Be mindful of the element of each attack and choose your shield accordingly. Now demonstrate your skill once more. Oh, and they teach us about elemental properties as well. Nice, I'm like moving out of position. Gonna switch to a non-conductive shield. There, how about that one? Easy. Housequaker says, it seems so trivial, but you're more grateful than ever to have games like Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild to offer escapism from everything going on. Yeah. I think it's nice that you get to have those escapes. I certainly hope they don't ever become a banned thing here in the US. There have been some absolutely deranged senators, you know, offering or proposing that we ban some of these things to keep people in the factories, quote unquote. No thanks. I will take a hard pass on that. Let's see, 58. Yeah, we're... Ooh, you know what I should probably do? Let's replace this rusted shield with the zonite shield. Let's do that. And this is on top of, you know, outside of like U.S. senators, right? Or you know, other reputable U.S. government officials, you know, wanting to put people in places where they can't really escape for one reason or another. You also have the other political party that is currently not in power in the U.S. opting to buy advertisements for video games. I just want to throw that out there. Yeah, it's called the project is called Speaking to American Men. A strategic plan. Sam Asp. Gotta love the fact that the two-party system here in the United States never stops oiling the propaganda machine. I hate it here as a disaffected liberal. Like, I really, truly hate it. Yuck. If you want to unfuse an item without destroying it, you have a service in Terrytown. Kappa, I know, everyone talks about Terrytown. Trust me, I do want to go to Terrytown, but those are the pinwheel balloons. I do want to go to Terrytown, but all in good time. All in good time, and I'm considering how I want to frame the vote, given that we already have a long-term voting item going on. I believe that's a meme on your channel now, Mr. Jason says. Yeah, I think so. The number of times that I've had people gently rag on me for not going to Terrytown early is moderately high. Moderately. Nope, wrong one. Here, it's right here. Yeah, I'm thinking about how I want to vote. I want to, frame the vote in such a way that it's not confusing. I also have to figure out what kind of timetable we're on. So, like, assuming we get done with the surface of Necluda today, we'll have, I'm trying to think. Yeah, actually, if we're going to Hateno, now that I'm thinking on it, we gotta actually discover 2 other regions to make this happen, now that I'm thinking on it. So we're definitely not going to be doing mainline content for a while, and I sort of get the impression people are not going to put up with that for too much incredibly longer. So, I'm thinking about what kinds of options I want to have you guys pick from, but, before I just put things up for a vote, as well as, like, the timetable. I've been thinking about it a fair bit. Mr. Jason says, I don't mind, but you are, of course, one person. Of course. And my audience tends to be half a mix of... It tends to be a 50-50 mix of people that are college students and sometimes even well-to-do, and then the other half are, not too surprisingly, children in middle and high school because that's the kind of audience that Nintendo products tends to garner, and I don't have a problem with that or anything. I really, truly don't. It's just, it's something I've noticed in my, analytics is like that. Those are the people I tend to attract, and a lot of them, I guess especially, the middle and high school kids do not have a pre-developed or do not have a fully developed prefrontal cortex yet. I don't. They're still developing one, which is good. But that means that the decisions that people make or the suggestions that people tend to make are a tad more impulsive, because I was impulsive as a young person. My prefrontal cortex was not fully developed at one point, and I had poor impulse control then. So that's not to say that every child does not have good impulse control or anything, but you do develop better impulse control as you get older, unless you're conditioned not to for some strange reason. And that can be reflected in the decisions that people come to for suggesting content, among other things. They want to see their favorite things, not much of anything else. Mr. Jason says, I'm just here to chill, enjoy your time, and keep those rabid coin stamp fans at bay. I'm flattered. I do have a couple of fans, to be sure, but I know that I am definitely too small to have too many fans at the moment. I'm looking to increase that number, a little bit at a time, but canvassing on social media takes time. And additionally, if you don't use Instagram, and you don't make reels and you don't use AI, you're really not going to keep up in these spaces. Oh, right. I should be marking Koroks. I totally forgot to do that. There's one here. There's one right here on this corner. We have one down. Oh, okay. I can recognize the tent mark. So where's the real one? Where's the one I need to track? It's like way over there. Is there a body of water I can use here? Yeah, this one. Maybe around here somewhere? Mr. Jason says, I know that Razby is the #1 fan. He wasn't always the #1 fan, but yeah, I would agree with you. Got off to an odd start, but I realized the intent and you have full respect for him. Good. If he comes by, you should make sure you tell him that. He might actually appreciate that, all things considered. There's this one here. And also, I do still have to work on my personality, right? Like, being an entertainer is not the easiest thing in the world. It's certainly no blue-collar job, right? I'm not, foisting a forklift and lifting pallet boxes all day. Like, I definitely know that my job is, the employment I have is cushy by design, but okay, what's the deal with this? Is that a cave, Korok? It might be. Let me look around a quick minute. Or it could be down toward the bottom. Okay. Yeah, that is absolutely a... that is probably a Korok in a cave. Not going to lie. Mr. Jason says, while I can't force him to, as he's his own person, he can at least be somewhat more assured. More assured knowing that you can trust me as a moderator. I agree. You've been respectful. You and I seem to operate on a pretty good wavelength. I appreciate that. And having an extra person to manage chat has been such an absolute godsend. Absolutely. Mr. Jason goes on to say, wouldn't it be nice if you could use recall on yourself? You know, especially if you fall. I agree. It would be nice if I had that function. Mr. Jason says, you've not had to time out any rabid fans yet. The fans are fine. It's the unhinged lunatics that occasionally stop by. And usually Seribot does a good job of making sure you don't have to do the sort of manual labor, quote unquote. That is just a straight up sticky frog on a rock. Yeah. Very, very good bot. That's awesome. Yeah, Seribot and Kumabot Defender have been fantastic, and I would not have ever learned about them if it were not for a man by the name of Gracker221. He used to stream. He no longer does. He's like basically nuked the Discord, the channel, like all of it. I couldn't shout him out if I wanted to. Where is this bloody cork? You love Seribot so much, even though it is technically stealing the moderator's job. Well, I don't like to think of it that way, Mr. Jason. I prefer to think of it as, you know, you don't have to swat away spam bots. You can actually save your energy for real scumbags. You know, the people that threaten to hack me live on stream or hack a real life friend's account. I've had that happen before. It's not fun. I had to kind of like really retain my cool while trying not to internally panic, extract as much information as I reasonably could, and then actually report them to Twitch authorities. I spent like half an hour doing that. It was not a fun time. And I hope to God I never have to deal with that again. But I'm prepared to. I could steal myself, and now I even have people that are, you know, fairly willing to help me out with dealing with them now. That's a good thing. Okay, so I am gonna make a save here. And the reason I'm gonna make a save here is because I'm gonna check out the South Cave, because I want to see if the Korok that is being mentioned on this map is in the cave. Because if it's in the cave, okay, cool, great. We at least know where it is. If it's not in the cave, okay, I can just reload the save, and we can go check out the cave at a more appropriate time. I don't like doing this, but I feel like if I don't do it, there are definitely going to be problems. I think the cave is, like, down here. Want to make sure I'm... So according to my map, this is about as far in as I can zoom. It is... So this is like the widest, or like, no, let me go actually to the top hill there. This is the top of the mountain, top of the peak. This is the first layer, second layer. It's like right here, more or less. That's totally not gonna be a problem. Dang, I don't even have any haste food I could use for this. Unfortunate. But I'm grateful. For all the extra assistance on moderation. I really truly am. Because hopefully neither of us will have to deal with any scumbags at any given point. The people who threaten to hack, the actual non-charitable trolls. Troll levels are one thing. Trolling people in chat is like a very different thing. That I could care less about. I have rules about all of this. It's so close. I feel like once I climb a certain distance... Yeah, there we go. Climbing mountains like it was the original OG Skyrim Legendary Edition, all over again. Okay, so it's like... It's either here or it's actually going to be tucked in to a... It's going to be tucked in at the bottom somewhere. Let's see. Okay, it's here. Yep, it's this spot right here. You had a funny conversation with one streamer? Okay. Although you mod for them... You're a moderator for one streamer, and she always gets me in the Pokemon community game confused, as both username colors are red, and both are 20 characters long. And she says that that is why she doesn't always notice your messages in the chat. So you changed your username to green and said, "What do you mean? My username was always green." Ah. Very gentle gaslighting, I see. Although, follow-up question, was she at least able to tell your name apart after that? Or, you know, not really? Okay, I know you're up there, Mr. Like. Good. Not really, and you like red anyway? Unfortunate.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
That, my fine friends, is the 5-minute warning for the commercial break. And you know what the nice thing about doing all that chilling in the first half of the stream? Actually, I should say the first third of the stream. No, it is the first half today. I meant to explain this earlier when I did the bookkeeping, but I'll I'll have to do it now, I suppose. We're going to be going for 2 extra hours today. I put this message in the Discord announcements, but I felt really bad about yesterday, so I'm going to spend some extra time streaming as compensation today. So we get a whole 2 extra hours of streaming. And now I might go whip up a cup of coffee to like keep myself awake for a little bit longer. But I want to make sure we're all caught up on content. I want to make sure I'm giving you guys the appropriate due for, hanging out together. I felt bad about yesterday, so I hope this will be a nice makeup for today. And, it's an extra long VOD. Do enjoy. Red also happens to be my favorite color, Mr. Jason, so it may not be your favorite color. That's not what that statement means anyway, but red is a personal favorite color of mine. If I could sport red in chats and not have people get confused, I would. I tend to sport purple. Oh, red is your favorite color. Lucky guess. Wouldn't you say? Very lucky guess. Wow. We really are on a our brainwave is, more has more patterns in common than I would have realized. Although there are only but so many basic favorite colors. I prefer dark red myself. Bright red's a bit too bright for my eyeballs, but bright red's fine. Let's see. A bow passed down through the Sheikah tribe. Concentrating before drawing the string will allow you to target distant enemies as easily as those nearby. We're gonna drop that bow and take a picture before I forget. What is everyone's favorite color, if and you don't mind my asking? I'm gonna open that up to the audience here. My second favorite color is blue. I know, so basic, but I'm a basic person when it comes to artsy stuff. Really and truly, I am. The thing where I get fancy is, things like cufflinks or jewelry or things like that. That's where I get fancy. Now that was the warning for the commercial break. We do take 3-minute breaks here. I hear a bubble frog down there. They're 3 minutes long. There's a timer in the upper left corner of the screen. Once that timer is gone, I'm back at my desk and we can get right back to the gaming. It'll be over before you know it. Really and truly. My goodness, I think we're about to find a Misko's outfit treasure here. Because we can see the little, we can see the, spears with the ripped cloth on them. What? Oh, there's like a whole puzzle here, huh? Interesting, and there are 4 rocks? Okay, I will probably spend a little bit of time figuring this out when we come back from break. And in all seriousness, guys, I really do want to thank you guys for hanging out with me today. You guys have been awesome. Thank you again to Klebus, Mr. Troll Castle King Jason, House Quaker, and so many other people for hanging out and chat with me today on both Twitch and YouTube. And with that, I will see you guys after the commercial break. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. I will have to manually run ads from this point, but, you know, that'll be fine. I can handle that. So, let me attempt to fiddle around with something here, because it looks like there's a bit of a pattern. Or maybe I can, like, find a pattern. Okay. So, let's see. Maybe... How do we even want to start this? I'm gonna at least, like, fiddle around with it for a second. I certainly don't expect to get it in one go or anything, but... Just gonna try placing some rocks on a few plates here. No. What if I move this over here? Okay, let's keep this rock fixed. What about this one? Okay. I was just moving rocks around. What the heck? Do I want to get this right now? I'm gonna leave this here, actually. Because I'm almost 100% sure there is a quest for this. I'm gonna make a save, and I'm gonna make a note of this. I really feel like there's probably a quest here. I happen to just move rocks around and kind of get a lucky guess with it. My bad. Oh, you know what? I bet I know what it is. I bet I know exactly what this is. I bet I got a lucky guess at whatever this rock cave down here was going to display. If you guys will recall in Breath of the Wild, Dueling Peaks had a pair of shrines, right? The Shivanir and Shivanath shrines. Each one had a picture or a pattern that would solve the opposite shrine's puzzle. They were literally, one was here and another was at the top here, roughly. I think if I were to check this cave, right, I'm almost positive we would find a pattern with a picture on it, that showed that exact pattern. Should we go check my hypothesis? Let's go check my hypothesis. The worst I can be is wrong, right? And that there's nothing there. I'm on the right track, yes. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Much appreciated. I think that had to have been a stupendously lucky guess. I definitely was not expecting to get that at any point by just moving random rocks. Okay, let's see. There are no marks in the tunnel that go this, like, same... Ooh, I could use a few of those. I'm willing to bet if I take this, like, main path... Ah, yes. Okay. Yep, see? This is exactly what I was talking about. Let's position ourselves so we're going the right direction. We're going to take a picture And with any luck, if we bump into an NPC that might care about this particular picture, we can show it to them. Possibly. Now let's get out of here, because I didn't intend to explore 2 caves today, let alone 1. Really did not intend to do that. All right. Next Korok. Next couple of Koroks are like over here. I'm glad you found the solution. I don't think it would have worked if you had to try and force your way in. Ah. That was a pretty forced joke, I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't have even tried it either. Oh, my goodness. I feel like I could use a bit of a stretch. I feel like I should probably get up and actually... Like, I did stretch my legs during those 3 minutes, don't get me wrong, but... You sit in a chair too long, and especially if you're wearing shorts. Hi, yes, I'm wearing shorts today. The back of your legs can really get quite sweaty. It's pretty gross, now that I think on it. Ah, this must be our friend Pull the Cork. But wait a second. Then where's this Korok then? It's literally right here. What's the deal with that? I'm gonna have to cross-reference coordinates. For that. Do we have any rocks? Yeah, we have some rocks, but I get the feeling what we are actually supposed to do here is quite literally... Oh, you know what? I know what we can do. I know exactly what we can do. We can attach this to the cork and then use a rocket and pull it right out. That's probably one way of doing it. I'm sure you could use a horse. See? Rockets. Everything is solved with rockets. Dang it. Every time. You're so right. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. Gotta put it off to the side. No thank you. And now we get to unglue that for later, and we can even probably staple it onto one of our Zonite shields. There. Repurpose, reuse, and recycle. It would have still worked if we had perhaps done it with a horse. Yeah, probably. Okay, so there's that one. I hope I marked it properly. Just marking it off on the map here. And then we have this one way off in the distance. That's gonna require a... It still would have worked with the rocket in front. Okay, I just wasn't sure whether or not I needed to, like, make sure the propulsion was unblocked. I guess thank goodness that that's not a requirement. Oh, hello? Dang. I want to, but we're not. The region isn't unlocked yet. One thing at a time, Coin. One thing at a time. You're going to check that Korok seed on your map? I appreciate the extra assistance. Thanks, because I know what the map is saying, right? But I know what the object map is saying. It's telling me that that particular Korok I'm having issues with is another pull the plug. But I'm not sure if I'm just, like, at the incorrect level or what. Okay, so if I look at the object map, negative 1,900 and... No, that's the incorrect coordinate. I'm looking for the Y coordinate. I believe that would be 292.47. Yeah, 292.47, and that's like way up here. Hey there, Mr. Bear Type. Welcome on in. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully you enjoy your stay. Hopefully you're well in both, you know, body and mind. Mr. Bear Type says, for some reason your messages don't show up on Twitch, not just for you, but also happened on another guy. Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm sorry that you're experiencing difficulties on Twitch. That really sucks. Well, at least you have YouTube, right? You know, if nothing else. I really do hope I really do hope we're able to figure that that problem out. Because not being able to chat on Twitch, it seems like a real bug. I got some Koroks. I did, in fact, get a lot of Koroks. Yes, sir. Lots of Koroks. At least, like, 20 or 30 today. Okay, so 292, right? That was the coordinate, and we are at the I'm just moving this closer. So it is... See, right about here, this is coordinate 304. So this tells me it's probably in the cave. There is definitely one. Thank you for the confirmation, Mr. Jason. Much appreciated. Yeah, you're first on YouTube, says Bear Type. Indeed. I'm glad that that is like a thing that is not an all-time number. That the top chatter being accessible per stream is... It's nice. It creates like a incentive of sorts. You just started the Goron main quest in Tears of the Kingdom. I have not started it yet. So you won't say anything? Thanks for not spoiling. I much appreciate that. If you want to talk about creatures in Death Mountain, that's totally fine. Or, you know, some of the more general things you've seen in Death Mountain / Elden, that's also totally fine. Just no plot point spoilers. Because I'm pretty confident that there's going to be a temple, an equivalent temple. We had the Wind Temple. So I think a Fire Temple would be appropriate. Like, that's just me guessing. Don't confirm that. But it would make sense if that were the case. Okay, I'm going to make a new save. Yeah, this Korok is apparently pull the cork or pull the plug puzzle. And if I drop down, see, it's like right here. Right here at this altitude. So the only thing I could think of is that you have to go into the cave. There's like a cave. Maybe, but we went into this cave, right? We went into this cave. And the top section was just a bubble frog. It was like a very short section, right? I'm gonna have to check this cave again, I think. Bear Type says, I just started, still didn't see anything yet, although you know a little about it. Yeah, I know a few things about the Death Mountain area and Tears of the Kingdom, but that's really about the extent of it. Also, there wasn't any stream yesterday, right? No, there was a stream. I had a late night stream, in fact, and didn't you? No, there was a different chap that stopped by. Honestly, I was so tired last night. I hardly remember half of what I did that night. How late? I got my start at about 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Like, really late. It would have been sometime in the early morning to the 6 o'clock region, depending on what portion of Europe you're in. Welcome on in, Mr. Starnum. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind. I hope you enjoy your stay. Welcome back. You saw it was 0-0 for you? Uh-huh. I start 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time? Yes. So I got a 6-hour late start. And again, I was just bloaty. I didn't really feel all that well. I wasn't intending to stream that late to start with, right? I wanted to stream at about 4 p.m. I just crashed. Like, absolutely crashed. So 2 a.m. for you? Oh no, I'm reading two different chats. I'm doing the thing again where I'm reading something in one place, and then transcribing it somewhere else. Yeah, it was absolutely the crack of dawn for the people in the UK. Mr. Jason said it was 0-100 for him. And then Bear Type was the one that said 2 a.m. for you. Yeah. Definitely got some different people, to say the least, but I feel like I probably bummed out whoever stopped by on the YouTube stream last night. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Mr. Jason's in the UK. You're free to ask him, although I don't know how well a cross-platform conversation is going to work out. Starnum asks, what's that crown? That is apparently a new feature. It's called the Top Chatter. The Top Chatter feature. And there are 3 different crowns depending on who is chatting, like how often. So since Bear Type has sent a lot of messages today, he's the top chatter. If you send more messages than him, you could suddenly end up, being on top. Now, do I recommend you do that? Not just like spamming messages. That's a pretty quick way to get banned or timed out. Don't do that. But that is what that's for. Yeah, it's something new. I couldn't tell you why YouTube is doing this. Isn't it for watch time? I guess. No. The crowns are specifically for chatters, because it changes every stream. Could not. It's nice to see you back, Mr. Like. How's it going with the channel? Starnum asks. I saw that you have more than 100 subs. I do. I have 111 of them. I think I might even have 112 of them now. I'm really thankful I even have 100 in the first place. Overall, I would say it's going okay. Thank you for asking. Gotta go do Duolingo for half an hour, Bear Type says. Good luck with the Duolingo, and thank you for stopping by, Mr. Bear Type. Much appreciated. Rest well, my lovely senator, and I hope to see you back sooner rather than later. Starnum says, I missed some streams, and you saw that I read your comment. I did read your comment. I do, in fact, reply to your comments. I don't reply to every comment, right? Because if I did that, there's like a tendency to have a never-ending stream of replying to the comment that you replied to, that someone else previously replied to. You see the kind of the string I'm referring to there. But I do try to earnestly reply to most comments, at least the first string of them. Once it becomes like, once the comments usually enter the form of, you know, thank you, insert X statement here, you know, then I might go so far as to either heart the comment or like the comment, and then I kind of leave it there. I am usually not the one. I try not to have the last word in a conversation. Make some people upset. This shield features a traditional design from Necluda. Its combat capabilities aren't much better than the standard wooden shield, but it found popularity for the design. I think I might be able to take a picture of this. Yeah, I could take a picture of it. Cool. Okay. So it wouldn't be here. That's going this way. We want to head that way, but I don't think we're going to be able to. Yeah. Absolutely not. Where is this Korok? I'm very confused on this Korok too, Mr. Jason. Mr. Starnum says it's very late in your country, so you have to go. Thank you for stopping by, though. I much appreciate that. I hope you have fun playing. Thank you, and you hope to see more streams in the future. Me too, my lovely senator, Mr. Starnum. Do rest well, take care of yourself, and I hope to see you again sooner rather than later. And with that, I'm gonna get readjusted in my chair. You're welcome, Starnum. And you found it. Would you like the exact coordinates? Let me see if I have the coordinates correctly, because I do have the object map here. You tell me if this is correct. I'm going to type this out, actually. One second, everybody. $13.26 negative, yeah. Oh, 0187. 0187. Okay. Wow, this might be the first time that the object map could be incredibly wrong here. I guess we're gonna find out, huh? Alright, let's get on our hover bike and find out. Oh, Link. Absolutely not. Yep. No. Dang it. It's fine. It's totally fine. Look, the hover bike is still here. Actually, this is a good time to test this now that I'm thinking on it. I'm gonna try putting a counterweight on this. Let's see how that... I do not want to throw things. Sorry. Get up there, Link. That is not much of a counterweight. Okay, we probably need like a couple of rocks to do that. That is probably not worth the time to go gather. But I thought I would do a quick little experiment. I'm going to have to fiddle around with this later. Right now, really all it seems to do is increase the battery cost. Really? Really? Oh my goodness. Get up there. Good Lord, don't do that. I think I found it. You checked it and you found it via the Tears Companion app? Thanks. Hashtag team effort. Mm-hmm. Very much a team effort. The Tears Companion app, is that, No, I'm thinking of Zelda Notes. I want to say the Zelda Notes app is like a Switch 2 thing. Or like it's meant for the Switch 2 version. The Tears Companion app is, it's a different thing altogether. That is a mobile phone application? Gotcha. Well, welcome on in, Mr. Bear Type. Good to have you make it on Twitch again. Does it work? As far as I can tell. You tell me if you can hear me properly. Yay, but this is from your phone. Yeah, that's fine. You know, I don't expect complicated messages. Something with your PC then? Perhaps. I wouldn't really be able to tell you too much about it. Did the thing fall back down again? I hope not. Regardless, I guess we can finally check this off our like list of Koroks. That was getting to be pretty weird. Yeah, Twitch also could just be twitching. I mean, I wasn't able to stream to Twitch last time. And that was like on Friday. So I'm really not... I'm not totally super surprised that there are issues on Twitch at the moment. Okay, is our friend the bike? No, it looks like it probably fell down again. I think it may even be gone. Yeah, either that or it's like higher up. I can see something that's up there, but I don't know what that is. Honestly, it would be faster if I just made another one. This is exactly what I've farmed ore for. When isn't there Twitch issues on Twitch? Too true, Mr. Jason. Too true. Welcome back, Mr. Klebus. How's the pizza? Hopefully, I trust it was good. And if you're willing to share, what kind was it? I'm a huge foodie. And sharing about food experiences is like a top conversational thing. The yellow stamp denotes a Korok friend. Oh, you're referring to the companion app, right? Mr. Jason, with that? Just want to make sure we're still talking about the... we're still talking about the mobile phone application on my map. Yeah, that denotes a friend. Yeah, I went and specifically marked... let me just adjust that a bit. When I realized that I kept marking the tents for Korok friends, or for the Korok pairs, I'm like, okay, let me just find the real one, you know, aka the one you actually have to talk to get it started. And then we can kind of like go about our business. It took me like 20 to 25 of those to start realizing that that was what was happening. Mr. Jason says, imagine if Nintendo made 900 individual Korok plushes. I could imagine it, I suppose. There we go, just like this. Ah, they are pointing to this tree. It was a good pizza. Peach, pearl onion. Okay. Sweet pepper, onion, and tomato. Mmm. Sounds delicious. The peach is a interesting choice, but given what kind of given what kinds of stuff are on it, you know, don't knock it until you try it, I suppose. You don't see ham or pineapple, says Mr. Jason. Ham, pineapple, maybe. I don't know. Pineapple on, okay. Here we go, ladies, gentlemen, and non-binary people. The quintessential question, the one everyone cares about. Pineapple on pizza. Like it? Dislike it? Meh. I'm meh. I like it on a good Hawaiian, right? I like it where the pineapple makes sense. And especially on fruit pizzas, that's like, I really tend to like pineapple there. But otherwise, like, just pineapple thrown in randomly on like a traditional pepperoni pizza, maybe not. Mr. Clavis says, amazing. Oh, you made a poll, Mr. Jason. That's cool. Oh, and I guess there's no room for fence sitters like me, huh? I guess I'll answer yes. I'm pickier about it, but I won't like immediately write a pizza off because it has pineapple on it. Bear Type says never tried, honestly. You did try eggs on it, though? Eggs on pizza. Maybe breakfast pizza. Yeah. You know, I could see some worlds where egg on pizza's not bad. I don't know about every pizza, but if it makes sense. I'm glad that the PC test seems to work. Sometimes all you need to do is clear the Twitch cache. Too true. Long story of how it happened. Yeah, sometimes Bear Type, it really is as simple as, did you restart the computer? Sometimes it really can be that simple. Now, usually the answer is, oh, it clears or, you know, refreshes a lot of, like, memory caches on your computer. But honestly, if you're not aware of all the intrinsic details of how that sort of stuff works on a computer, you know, it really does kind of become indistinguishable from magic. Yeah, like, some things about PC technology are truly indistinguishable from magic. Klebus says, marinated pickles on pizza. Also good. I won't knock it till I try it. I'll put it that way. I've never heard of pickles on a pizza. Other than like a cheeseburger pizza. That's like the one instance where I've seen folks like desire pickles on pizza. It's certainly a choice. And then it's like, okay. But otherwise, I haven't had pickles on that sort of thing for a long time. I'm pretty, Mr. Bear Type, I am pretty sure that, Mr. Klebus put that on his pizza himself. Probably. Probably. Mr. Jason says, also, Mr. Coin, did you turn it on and off again? Most people seem to agree. Pineapple on pizza is good. I wish there had been an option for it depends, and then I guarantee most people would have answered with that, but I guess polls are less interesting. Thank you for the sound word redemption, Mr. Bear Type. Much appreciated. I was trying to... Hold on. What did I mark? Oh, no. I know what I did. I marked something else for some strange reason. Okay, let's get her hover bike and get back to work. Okay, let's see, Mr. Bird Type. JK. Let's see. Mr. Klebus says, oh, in North Europe, we have weird pizza toppings. I don't know if people like it, it's not really weird, right? I'm an American, and so the things we think about that go on pizza they're very trad, or they're like, American levels of weird. But if people like the pickles on pizza, then I wouldn't necessarily call it weird. Just maybe perhaps unusual. Weird also works, in my honest opinion. Mr. Jason says, here in the UK, anything that fits between 2 slices of bread is officially a sandwich. I tried introducing my dad to the cereal is cold soup discourse. His brain just passed him right by. He paid no attention to it. Oh God, yeah. The cereal is cold soup discourse like muddles my brain pretty hard. Let's see. Here in Europe, we have pickle pizza, or we have not pickle pizzas, I guess. Fair. Fish and chips on pizza. Fish on pizza, sure. Chips on pizza, maybe. Depends on what the chip is. Fish and chips? That is a choice. You are allowed to make it. That is your choice. Okay, what did I mark? Oh, this is what I marked. Way over there. We might as well, turn the boat around and get this Korok friend, though, done, though. There is only one chip in the UK and Europe, Mr. Coin. Not the American chip. Yeah, the British chips. I'm very aware. Yeah, aren't British chips like crisps, basically? They're like potato twists, that sort of thing. Tuna on pizza is fire, says Mr. Bear Type. I could see it. Yeah, I haven't had tuna on pizza, but I won't knock it until I try it. See. And then, oh, I missed a statement here. Mr. Jason asks, anchovies on pizza? I've had anchovies on pizza. Really salty, but provided that's like your only source of salt on a pizza, pretty okay. You know, don't mix it with a bunch of stuff that it doesn't belong with. You kind of need to make it real specific, but anchovies can be pretty delicious, yes. Then we had haggis. What about haggis? Okay, so as the great-grandson and the grandson of a Scotswoman, I have not had haggis. I've heard it talked about in many circles. Oh, I just straight up dropped. Oh my god. Yep. I waited too long before pressing A. Okay, there is a limit on that. It is just gone. Absolutely gone. Remember where we parked, Katha? Yeah, we parked way earlier, and there's no way I'm finding that again. Bear Type, I'm pretty sure haggis is sheep intestine. It's not sausage, it's intestine. You typically stuff the inside, cook it for a while. Pretty gross. Even though, like, properly cooked haggis is fine, it's one of those things that haggis has a really distinct smell. If you, Bear Type asks, if you spam the same sound emote 100 times, 101 times, I might time you out, since you're probably doing it as part of a joke, right? You're not being super serious with that. I can also, Mr. Jason, I'm gonna send you a screenshot real quick on, Discord, because I want you to have access to this. It's really important I give you this. Give me 1 second, everybody. Without tipping people off, Mr. Jason, did you get that what I sent you? Okay, let me go and you did. Good. Okay. So, let me read chat first, and then I will tell you, Mr. Jason, that there is a specific turn of phrase I have for something like that. Mr. Bear Type says, you earned those points, you can do whatever you want. You're absolutely correct. You are absolutely correct. However, addendum, just because you can do whatever you want with them does not mean that that people's tolerance won't wear thin. That's a whole different thing. It's the ethics of the thing. You know you could, but should you? And if you do, are you prepared to accept the consequences for that? As long as you're willing to do that, I'm okay with that. Let's see. How are y'all? Yes, sorry. I just kind of like slid off to the left here or right because I have to do that in order to type. So, my apologies for pulling a disappearing act. I promise it was for a good reason. Sweating like crazy. How many degrees? 95% humidity. Oh, also, is it just me or... Sorry, OBS is doing weird things right now, is what's going on. I'm just having to, like, fix some stuff. Kind of broken Tears of the Kingdom right now? Yup. We just spent on the Sheikah suit. We just spent on the Sheikah set at about the 90-minute to 2-hour mark. 1,800 rupees later, and I am a happy camper. OBS is always amazing, right? Yeah, here we go. Edit, view, full screen interface. It's just that I maximized the window, and so now some of it has cut off. I'll have to restart it. I'll have to, like, actually exit OBS after the stream is over. Great. Yeah, 95% humidity and 23 C outside. That's like... That's like, what, 80, 83, 86 degrees? If I'm remembering correctly? Because you wouldn't be sweating if it were like 60-something. Guaranteed. That definitely feels more like an 80-degree number. Because 30 degrees C is... pretty close to like 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Or worse. Yeah, ish. That's the important part. So, Mr. Jason, if you're listening, and I know it's late for you, so I'm going to attempt to keep this pretty succinct. There is a command in there, in that little picture I gave you, that has to deal with the soundboard. If people get crazy with that, I'm going to have a turn of phrase, like too crazy. A few random sound redemptions is fine, but like a high volume of them is going to be problematic. Once I speak the phrase, you'll know what I mean. And it'll all make sense. Promise. But I have things in there pertaining to the fun buttons that everyone presses, is what I'll say there. Welcome on in, King Red. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind today, and hope you enjoy your stay. Do I have the Dark Knight armor set? I don't know about the Dark Knight set. No, I have the Dark set. Or I have 2 pieces of it, but not any more than that. Is that like your personal favorite set, King Red? And also, while I have you here, what is your level of experience with Tears of the Kingdom? Based on your knowledge, it sounds like you're pretty familiar with the game. Maybe even beaten it multiple times, but I'm always curious. Is Tears of the Tears of the Kingdom a relatively familiar experience for you? You've beaten it about 6 times. That is a lot of times to beat the game. Aw, my friend and I got separated. Mr. Jason says, in Tears of the Kingdom, you decided to give Link the clothing he wore in the intro. Oh God, I have to remember what that is. I know it's like the Hylian pants, but I don't remember what else he wore. Oh, the champion's tunic. That was the other thing. Okay. Hover bike time. And also, maybe in like the next 30 seconds, I'll put out the advertising warning. Yeah, 6 is a lot. That's pretty impressive, Mr. King Red. That's really impressive. No, I don't want to rebuild anything crazy. Thank you, but no. Well, you've come in at a good hour, Mr. King Red. We are in the midst of getting so many Koroks, it's not funny. We are pretty steadily approaching 40% of the total Koroks in the game being collected. We're not quite there, and I don't think we're going to get there the next 2 hours. But, my goodness. I can't believe we've come so far, as to approach 40%. And, yes, I also, will second Mr. Jason's question if you happen to, be here. Yeah, were any of those, like, full completion or 100% runs? Because based on the fact that you know it's the strongest set, it certainly does seem that way. And that's cool, too. I'm also trying to go for a 100% playthrough. Let's see. Mr. Jason says, Hylian hood, trousers. Okay, yeah, so it was the Hylian set, but you swapped the, you did swap the chest piece for the champion leathers. Makes sense. Alone or with the help of some, help of a route for Koroks? Mr. Bear Type asks. Oh, I know I'm using a route, but, well, I'm like half using a route. It's more like I'm using the map to help me pinpoint locations, but I don't have a route per se. Oh my goodness. Okay, what's going on? Mr. Jason says, I respect anyone regardless, Mr. Coin, but it takes a lot to get more than basic respect from you. That's how it should be. That's completely fair. Like basic human decency is a good thing to have. Oh my god, Shiny. Hi, amazing Shiny. Oh, Mr. Shiny, you have some fans. I'm not gonna lie, you have some fans. Now, that's a good thing. Maybe you've always had some of the fans, but you have some fans. But welcome on in, Mr. Shiny. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing better today than you were yesterday, and hopefully your health is in good order. And I hope you enjoy your stay. You appear by the end of the stream. Yeah, well, we are going a couple of extra hours today. I put the post in Discord, but just in case, I felt really bad for the late night stream yesterday, so I'm opting to, oh no, I totally missed the sauce on where this Korok is. Hang on. It's over here. Yeah, I need to turn this ship around. Considering the last events, Mr. Shiny says not so well, but at least it's getting better. At least it's getting better, right? That's the important part, is it's getting better. Okay, I can't wait too long, or I'm gonna lose the cart again. The bike again. All right, let's use one of these. I've been meaning to use one of these. Sorry, I didn't want to belch into the mic there. I thought that would have been particularly rude. Bear Type says, just saying, when you said late night, you were expecting like that one time you were live like 3 in the morning. Nah, that would have just been live the next day. Especially with your role in the organization, Mr. Coin, you can't give out ranks to just anyone. More than basic respect from you is wholly earned, not given. Fair. In fact, we may need to have a little discussion. Sure, during business hours. I'll try to be up during that time. But I make no guarantees that I'll be up. That's what, basically 4 in the morning? Yeah, about 4 in the morning is when I could attempt to be up, but that would be the earliest. Moving back over to YouTube. Okay. Same stuff. I'm gonna do my best to make your day just a little bit brighter, Mr. Shiny. And I think with I think with the fantastic peeps we have in the chat with us today, I feel pretty confident that we're going to at least be able to help take your mind off things. I am not a spinster, but Mr. Jason is, and I'm pretty sure I could find some sound effect to redeem. Korok, he will not be doing that. Get back here. Business hours or TCC time, so anytime between 9 a.m. to 7:59 p.m. TCC time. So that's gonna be... That's still based on UK time, isn't it, Mr. Jason?
These numby tarnish.
Thank you for the redemptions, Mr. Bear Type. Mr. Klebus says you're off to stream a little bit and then you'll go to sleep later. Have a great stream, Coin. See you next time. Thank you so much for stopping by, Mr. Klebus, and for being here as long as you have been. Yeah, enjoy your stream, and I hope I want to say it was the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I hope that's going well, and if it's something else, or if you intend to stream something else, I hope that also goes well for you. And yes, my lovely senator, I hope to see you next time. Mr. Jason says, correct, it is 10:01 p.m. TCC time now. Yup. Okay, so 5 hours apart. Yeah, so it's like 4 or 5 in the morning. I think I can maybe swing that. Moving over to YouTube, Mr. Shiny says that Korok was like, they see me rolling, they hating. I can't even finish the song. It won't be then? Oh, okay. I'll do my best to be prepared for that then, Mr. Jason. You have my word on that. I should be up by then. Mr. Bear Type says, hey Shiny, this is for you. Was that the soundboard redemptions you the soundboard redemptions you were using. So that's totally fine. Of course, it's also not my business either, so there's that. Mr. Jason says, let's just say in this discussion, that this discussion will involve the Chief Executive Officer, the U.S. Chief Executive Officer, maybe the board. That has made me nervous, but it's supposed to be positive, so I will steel myself. Beer Type says that flower on the left bottom just sticks out. Left bottom, left bottom. I see the one on the right bottom, like the yellow one that's just kind of randomly there in the midst of that all that rock. But the one in the bottom right, directions. Who even needs them, right? Left, right. It's a direction. You move there all the same, right? That's my that's the joke for, you know, not there. I'm not sweating the small stuff. Directions. They're on a compass. And compasses are paired with maps. Who needs them, right? I feel like I messed up your directions like 6 times in your streams. That has happened, Mr. Bear Type. However, it's my job as the, you know, the live entertainer, you know, not... Okay, please tell me that did... I'm pretty sure it just fell off the face of the earth. No, it's down there. Thank God. I need to put a... Ah, God. There's got to be a tracking marker or something. Let me get on this thing. And hopefully I won't fall off. All I can say is that it'll be an incredibly rare offer. I will definitely try my best to pay attention then. No, don't do that, coin. Come on, you know better. There. Better. I love this thing. I've said it before, and I know I sound like a broken record here, but I'm definitely gonna say it again. I have had... The hover bike has made things go much faster. In terms of Korok collection and just overland travel. Having this thing has been really nice. Mr. Shiny says, nice hover bike, by the way. Thank you. I did borrow the basic hover bike design from like r/Hyrule Engineering. I found the website they use that has all these blueprints. And all I did was I took and added two extra fans on the side where I thought it makes sense. The thing I want to maybe work on is like adding a sort of counterweight to the fan so that when I'm using said fan, right, or when I'm using said hover bike, I can, in fact, steer down. I cannot currently really do this. Okay. And it's in the water. Come on, Link, get up this. Oh, I'm under the bridge. Nice. I believe we have found our rock, though. Mr. Jason says, I like the organization structure. The C-suite reports to the CEOs, the CEO reports to the board, and the board reports to you. That's very involved. Mr. Bear Type says, nice 4-fan one. Takes a lot of battery for the 4-fan. Yeah, that's why the 2-fan is, you know, the basic hover bike design is better, but I like speed. Look, and as like a little bit of lore about your entertainer friend, Mr. Coin, in Mario Kart, I typically take the motorbikes. Like, I don't like carts that much. Motorbikes the whole time. Give me a bike derby. Love that stuff. Let's see. My sibling is the same way. We both prefer the hover bikes in Mario Kart, as opposed to the actual 4-wheel carts. I can drive a cart. I can drive them fine. Just, I definitely prefer bikes. Mr. Jason says, I also typically take the bikes. Mr. Bear Type says, I've learned to love the bikes over time. That's good. That's awesome. Being able to off-road on the bikes and take tight corners and get extra nice drift on them is out of this world, truly. Did I see the other message? Maybe. Assuming it's here. You're talking about the message that's like, I can decline this offer, right? The incredibly rare offer. Is that the correct one? Okay, let me not mess things up. Let me just put this, like, over here. Because they're going to probably be ascending through that. The one under that? Okay, hang on. Okay, yes, I did miss one. Can't even inform the board of your intent until tomorrow, as it is well outside of business hours. And you only discuss outside of business hours in important matters. Gotcha. Okay, I appreciate you repeating that message, Mr. Jason. I definitely just... That message missed the litany of other messages I was trying to read. Mr. Shiny on YouTube says, 4-fans don't add that much speed. It feels noticeable to me, but fair point. They probably don't add that much speed. What you would suggest maybe is placing said fans a bit differently. So not in like the fan pattern, right? Or like a radial pattern, which is what I have here. I'm willing to bet that the pattern is... Okay, what... Basing the design on standard hover bike is a good idea, but instead of the side fans, you would double the amount of fans on the front and the back. Okay. Worth a little test, which we could definitely easily do, as soon as we grab this Korok. I'm totally willing to do that test for everybody. And got some charges I need to use up anyway. And then once we're done running the tests, we'll go ahead and take our next break. Mr. Bear Type asks, can you use a hover bike to get out of the depths with the holes that get in? Always wondered. I don't know. If you had enough large charges, I'm sure you could. Yeah. Like if you have enough battery and or, you know, you're willing to spend large charges to fully replenish your batteries, I think you reasonably could, yes. Mr. Jason says, you agree with Shiny? The more weight it has, the less speed it has? Okay. Let us then go grab the... I need to find a dispenser that has the fans. Those are batteries, not fans. Maybe this one? Yeah, this one will work. Well, hey, I'm trying to, like, naturally seg into a break because our pre-roll is, I'm pretty sure, out right now. So doing this is, like, a way to, like, you know, transition nicely. You will need to head off now? Yeah, I imagine it's pretty late for you, Mr. Jason. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for the company. As always, it has been a pleasure, Mr. Coin. Likewise, Mr. Jason. And with that, do take care of yourself, my lovely senator. And I hope to see you back sooner rather than later. Let's see. Mr. Bear Type says, I forgot I got a VPN for Japan. You're always surprised why your ads are in Japanese. That would certainly make sense. Bye, Mr. Jason. Everyone, bid him adieu if you so wish. Mr. Shiny says, just a suggestion from me. I think it should help with the problem of not descending well enough. You think so? Okay. Minimap? Why are you having issues? What are you wanting to do here? Oh, and I forgot, it's Kakariko Village, so our champion, our sage powers aren't active right now. Alright, so... we have 28 of these charges. I'm willing to spend 15 of them. Just asking, why aren't your two chats showing up in one? They absolutely are, Mr. Bear Type. Or at least I'm pretty sure they are. Right? Hold on. I now gotta write out a test message. Yeah, the Mr. Shiny just typed right now. That's a lot of gumballs. That is a lot of Zonai capsules, yes. It's just that what I've done is I've removed the labels for Twitch and YouTube. But technically they are all in one chat display. I even have the appropriate doc in OBS too. I can definitely read. What I can't do for some strange reason is chat into YouTube at the moment. I have to, like... I've been trying to solve this problem for a little bit. I had it solved for a little while, and then YouTube did a API change, and now, for whatever reason, Social Stream Ninja is just not hacking it with YouTube. I can see fine. I can read chat just fine, but what I can't do is type. That's the only thing I can't do. So I have to go back onto the internet, back onto the internet, and pull up the stream again, get the chat out. It's a right mess. Let's see. I'm not gonna read this out loud, but I will just at least read it. Mr. Bear Type, I think, Mr. Bear Type says, I think I'll head off now on 2 coins. Starting to get late here. Of course. Do rest well, my lovely, senator. By the way, you're going on vacation in 2 days, so see you next time. You might as well get the use out of, those channel points now, huh? Thank you. Yes, do take care of yourself, Mr. Bear Type, and I hope to see you again sooner rather than later. And with that, I'm going to do one last check. Right, YouTube. Mr. Shiny says, if my concept is working, you get the speed benefit of 4 fans while the structure of a hover bike doesn't change. Yeah, probably. I was thinking about adding like a stone or a rock to add as a counterweight, but we tried that earlier, and what actually happened was it just made the hover bike harder to get off the ground. It increased the weight substantially, How many fans do we have? 15. Yeah, one more round of charges, and I should be good to go here. This is why I farm, ladies and gentlemen, and non-binary people. It's exactly because...
Sex.
Truly, you're not done. Also, fun point of order. Moog there is, in fact, saying the Latin word for the number 6. But it sounds the same as the lewd word. So, okay, you're done. Less than 5k, keeping those for another time. Fair enough. I know a good spend down when I see it. Part of a veteran support group that does a lot of that, has been doing a lot of that lately. Mr. Shiny says, so theoretically it should act the same as a regular hover bike by now, or is it? Mr. Bear Type says, well, I don't know. You're gonna have to show me rather than say at this point. Okay, and now for the hover bike. To actually get the hover bike, what I have to do is go over here because we don't have the flight controllers yet. That's going to be back over in the Picada region when we get ready to go explore it. And that won't be for a little bit. Because Hateno is not in Necluda. It's in a separate region. It's like 2 regions over, technically speaking. Although, I guess what I could do, right, is I could... I'm pretty sure it's over here. Let me make sure I've got that correct. Yeah, okay, so it's in the Lanayru region. Okay, I thought it was 2 regions. It's apparently 1. That's fine. I can work with that. So we basically got another round of streams to do in Lanayru, and then we can begin traveling up through, up through Picada on over to Death Mountain, which is where we really want to be, but not before we've collected everything. Okay, so we're here at the Nogoyik light route. No, I'm sorry, that's not right. Nogukoyik light route. Yes, I attempted to say a backwards name correctly. I'm pretty sure that it isn't 100% correct, but I've gotten pretty close. Fun fact, when I was playing World of Warcraft many years ago, one of my favorite factions was the Forgotten Ones, the Faceless. And their whole gimmick was speaking backwards. Or speaking in gibberish. And, or I guess to use, like, the actual basis for, I'm just wanting a lot of clear space for this. I believe the actual language that the Faceless or Forgotten Ones speak is inspired by Rylian, aka the Lovecraftian language that Cthulhu and company spoke. That's what it's based on. And I run a tabletop campaign where we deal a lot with the plots and subplots of the Forgotten Ones and the Deep Ones. And I am having one of those said, one of the members of the tabletop group that I run, every 2 weeks. I'm not currently running any campaigns at the moment, but I have run them in the past. I'm having them learning some bits of Rylian script for later. Right, fans. And I see we have 2 of them. So I only need 2 other fans, right? Okay, so 2 other fans and a flight controller. So let's see if I can get the average hover bike design correct. It's like at a 45-degree angle. I'm gonna have to like snap this on a little bit at a time. That is not correct. That is also not the right angle. I have done this before, I promise. Let's see. No, it's wanting to snap on the bottom. Fans should be facing down. Good point. Yeah, no wonder I'm doing it wrong. Right, let me flip these over so I don't forget. And then I'm pretty sure... Snap this on like that. Am I gonna have to pull up the blueprint? I might have to pull up the blueprint. It feels off. Definitely feels off. I hate the snapping system in this game sometimes. So frustrating. I feel like it's close. Thanks, I hate it here. How do I do this? How do I do this again? I know it's supposed to face... I know they're supposed to be at 45-degree angles. Like, the fan has to be at a 45-degree angle and facing the correct direction. Let me just take this off. The orientation is just wrong. If I go back and look... No, don't rebuild that. Stop. Okay. And... No, it's got to be facing down, so it's got to be this way. Yeah, I have to angle this way. Except that is also wrong. It has to be facing outward. What am I getting wrong? I feel like I'm just messing up the orientation somewhere. Okay, stream's gonna get crunchy for a second while I do this. I gotta go pull up the blueprint so I know which orientation I'm supposed to be using. It's not aligned properly. Yup, I'm trying to get the basic part correct. And then for a four-fan bike, good lord, you'll be placing a steering stick in between the front and the back fans. Right. I get that part. I just have to get the facing right, and I seem to be having some issues getting the fan facing correct. So I'm gonna have to pull up the blueprint again. You know what? I'm gonna have to add this website to the resources. Yeah, I should probably definitely do that since it's Tears of the Kingdom. I'll forward you guys this. It's a website called hyruleworks.com. Let me actually just click on the base one here. And I'll have to send it out to everybody for the time being. Oh, I figured out why I was having issues. The fans face down, as was already stated. The only thing that changes is that the stick is what's at a 45-degree angle. Yep, that's where I have my problem. I knew I was doing something wrong, and I just couldn't quite pinpoint it. There we go. That should work better. Now, is the... Yeah, like the edge of the fan is basically... Is it underneath? Yeah, the lip or the edge of the stick is underneath the controller. There we go. Is that correct? The alignment still feels wrong. Let's see. Does this work like a basic hover bike? Yeah, it sure does. Okay, I just had to be sure. Okay, so that's the two fan version, and now we wanted... According to what you were saying earlier, Mr. Shiny, the side fans double the amount of fans on the front and the back. So, and probably facing the same direction. So, like this. Right? The fans have the same facing, but now instead of 2 fans, there are 4 fans? Nope, not like this. Okay. Okay. Not like that. So maybe on the sides then. Okay, don't unbreak that. Obviously, I'm not trying to attach the fans like this. Like they need to be on center, but essentially the attachment point for the controller would be right between these 2 fans. Is that correct? Is my reasoning correct? Also, as like a aside for people that are wondering why the heck are we in the depths, outside of like testing a device here, this has been my testing ground for anything with a control stick. This is where I've been making all of my devices lately, is right here, since we don't have access to the Zonai controller or control sticks yet. Or the Zonai steering stick, I believe, is the technical name. Okay, maybe it should look like a quad bike in a sense. Okay, so yeah, definitely. And of course, the thing has to be tilted at a 45 degree angle, or that's not gonna work. Something like this. Let's see if this is correct. Is this a good idea of or a good replica of what you were talking about? With the fans kind of both toward the front and the back? Oh my goodness. Steering this is not exactly the steering does, or the turning does get a little bit worse though. Okay, I need to like, we don't have to do that. We can in fact just come down here and collect it like a normal person. Okay, so since we're gonna dub this the quad hover bike, and we're going to save this. What do I want to save it over? I'm gonna save this over one of the favorite designs for Mr. Addison. Let me be like this. I might want the other hover bike for radial turning, or let's see. Mr. Shiny says, turning will get worse, but changing height should be far easier. Yeah, now we can actually, like, increase and decrease our height accordingly. That's pretty good. This will work until we get an actual proper aircraft design, and the way that we're gonna have to get the aircraft design right is gonna have to be, we're gonna have to do it via, please tell me I got that particular one. I did. I should be marking that off my map. We're definitely gonna have to take a visit to Akala at some point. Just not right now. Again, I'll put that up for a vote later. Promise. But for now, let's get out of here. Let's skedaddle and get ready to mark some new Koroks. And I'm probably gonna have to take a stretch break here. I believe I've gone over an hour without taking one. I had meant to run an ad break earlier, but now my legs are beginning to kill me. So I need to probably take, I'd say, around 5 minutes. Maybe. I'll see how I'm feeling after a normal sized ad break. And if I need more time, then I'll speak up and say something. But I've definitely gone more than the normal length of time before a stretch break. So we're going to do that now. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. Especially given that I'm trying to do this longer stream today as makeup for you guys. With any luck, I'm pretty confident we're going to be able to collect the remainder of the Koroks today that are in Eastern Includa. We'll see, but I'm feeling pretty confident. With that, I'm going to go ahead and run the ad break now. I definitely recommend stretching, grabbing a snack, doing whatever you want, really. And with any luck, I will either be back in 3 minutes, or you will hear my disembodied voice telling you that I need a little more time because of how long I've spent without getting up. And with that, see you guys after the commercial break. I do apologize, guys, but I am gonna need a little more time. My legs are still sore. Give me maybe another 3 minutes. And I certainly don't expect people to stay because of that or what have you. I don't blame you for leaving, but if I sit in this chair for like another hour, I think my legs are gonna like scream mutiny. So I'm gonna take the. I'm gonna go ahead and put on the timer again, and I should be back by then. I just wanted to make sure I said something in case in case people are wondering where the heck I'm at. That's what's going on. Anyway, I'll go ahead and tick the timer back on. So sorry again for this. My apologies there, folks. I believe I should be good to go now. Thank you for the kindness and understanding. Or at least the silence. I'll take any of those. Just gonna tilt my camera up a little bit. I have put some pillows on the back of my chair, which should help. I'm definitely in need of a new chair, but good things come to those with money. The people that lack money are usually not going to have good things come to them. So, before we proceed onward, we're going to take the time to just mark off some Koroks. We've got maybe 2 handfuls, 2 to 2.5 handfuls left to do. Yeah, in fact, about exactly 2 handfuls. Maybe a little bit less than that. All right, firstly, there's one here. Hopefully everybody's been enjoying the extended gameplay today, as well as the commentary. You know, despite this being a 4+ hour stream, I do actually think we've had some pretty good conversations today. We've talked about things ranging from, yes, geopolitics. I don't mind talking about it. Or anything, you know, I want it to be limited in regard to U.S. politics, because I have to be very careful about what I do and don't say right now, like more than ever before. We've talked about corporate structures. We've talked about the price of Nintendo Switch 2 games and the fact that certain pre-order bundles are like £80 or about £80, which is about $90. Wild stuff, truly. We've talked about pineapples on pizza and various pizza toppings. We've played sound effects. We've done a litany of different things, truly. And I think that's awesome. I'm ever so grateful that... Oh, this is a Korok friend? I can tell because of the design. Alright. Tell me where the actual Korok to talk to is, map. Ah, of course. It's, like, way over here. Just past... It's like just underneath this. All right, now, what do we want to do? Maybe grab... You know, actually, I should swap these. We're gonna edit this pin. And then put this one here. Hello, Mr. Julian Van Veen. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Good sir, hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in just in time. We are in the midst of flying toward some of the remaining Koroks in the Eastern Occluda region. How are things in your little slice of terra firma? And, if you don't mind my asking. And as well, what's your level of experience with Tears of the Kingdom? Is Tears of the Kingdom a relatively new game for you? Are you a veteran of it? I'm merely curious. It's a good way to get a handle on one's audience, among other things. This is certainly a little bit more... Well, actually, no, it's about the same level of battery intensity now that I think on it. I guess I have such an expansive battery pack that, you know, 4 batteries a second is a little bit tough for me to get a grasp on. Pre-ordering the Nintendo Switch 2 sounds like something very irresponsible to do. Too true, Mr. Shiny. Too true. We should be making sure Nintendo pays attention to the legal limitations or the legal ramifications that they are implementing on people. Not to mention, yeah, like Donkey Kong Bonanza. Yes, you're way over there. Mm-hmm. We know you can't move. Let's get on the hover bite. Probably right over there. But hopefully, Julian Van Veen, I hope you're doing well today. welcome on in, take a seat, and get comfortable. Or do whatever you want, really. I'm nobody's parent. It's gotta be, like, right over there, right? Yeah, it's, like, right... Yeah, it's right over here. See, this is what I sort of mean as just, like, having an extra counterweight, so that I can steer down a bit easier. But again, the whole counterweight thing and trying to, you know, get the hover bike as, like, a really, truly functional, aircraft will disappear when I get the ability to make real ones. Both through acquiring the steering stick and through and by getting the ability to rip parts off of fused parts off of... What the heck? Oh, I never clicked the check mark. Okay, that's what it is. I think we're going to be very close to, but not exactly at 400. Let's see. But I've been having large amounts of fun with the hover bike. Oh yeah, the railing pieces? Yeah, the railing pieces. The stuff you can't take with you unless you staple it to a shield. Yeah, that stuff's very useful. I didn't realize just how many, like, blueprints require the railing pieces. You wouldn't think so, but I guess for things like slats or, you know, things to climb on, yeah, because you can't always climb on Zonai devices. And some of them have like a limited time use. Oh, really? Okay. Fine, video game. I guess we're doing this. Okay, let's see if we can't, like, get this turned around in, like, a sufficient direction. It's because those are extremely light, making all sorts of aircraft extremely easy. Yeah, that makes sense. That checks out. Whereas the Zonai devices we can make right now are reasonable. They're sufficient. They do the work, but it's definitely harder or heavier, I should say. They are definitely heavier. So having the railings definitely helps a lot. And I look forward to being able to use those at some point. Again, I'll put it up to a vote on, you know, when exactly we want to go do Akala. I think the time is ripe. I don't know how short I'm going to make the vote. Probably 24 to 48 hours. Like something something quick that I can get feedback off of. Just gonna require people to pay attention. That's all. Or, you know, be willing to put up with whatever I decide otherwise. You guys have been respectful and reasonable about everything. Just grabbing these before we, you know, head on back up into the skies. Tomatoes are one of the things I have hardly any of. Oh, right. I actually steer down. I gotta be careful about that. All right. Are you? Oh, okay, Addison. Fine, sure. Oh, that's funny. What do you have to be spooked by? It's. I mean, I guess a vehicle. Sorry. Hold on. Sorry, this game got me cough laughing now. I mean, you know, she would have lost her legs if. Are you? Oh, you know, I think I know what this wants us to do already. Though I do wonder if one of my other really basic designs couldn't at least get us started. Yeah, obviously we don't need it this high. Okay, and this one here. A call isn't tied to any main quest, so it can be done at any time. Good. I appreciate that. Okay, and... yeah, I sort of figured that would pop off. Actually, what was the point of this if I just had to, like, take it apart anyway? Come on. I guess I just need to put the board in the right place. Yeah, so this is kind of why I wanted to do Kakariko and, you know, other... Kakariko and Hateno, you know, soon-ish. Okay, how do you have this secured, Addison? I need to, like, ask. You don't, which means if I don't have support on the side, and a splint for the back, this thing is toppling right over. Kakariko will play a major role later on. Yeah, I unfortunately found out that is not what I wanted to do. I didn't find out everything, right? I definitely didn't find out everything, but I do know that the major story beats happen a lot later, which is kind of why I found it funny when... okay, I need to... this isn't gonna work. This is too narrow. I need it to be wider. In fact, I probably just need this thick slat right here. In fact, I could do this like so. Yeah, there we go. And then we just need something to keep the sides from toppling over, and something around the back to keep it from toppling over. Game, I need you to, like, stop this. Nice. Love that for me. Why? Why are you like this video game? It's because it's off-center. I know what it is. It's off-center. And I've got all these, like, slats in the way. I need to just get them out of here. Sorry, I'm acting 5 today. I swear I'm more emotionally mature than that. But just watching people skitter around and freak out over parts being placed is genuinely funny. It's genuinely so funny to me. Okay, let me make sure this is a little bit more on center like that. This isn't gonna work. Okay, you know what? I know what my problem is. I'm thinking about this the wrong way. I shouldn't be trying to do it this way. I should be getting this balanced and then just literally stand the beams straight up. That's what's going on here. That's what I need to do. Just like this. Otherwise, it's falling right off the sides. And then we just need to put some support across the back, like this. Okay, that is obviously not correct. Actually, what should probably happen is... this is smaller, maybe? Yeah, no, that doesn't work. Imagine minding your business while a crazy person with a weird hand slaps you with a plank moved by some mystical power. That's funny. That is extra funny. We want this here. And this, like, here. And maybe, maybe this here. Ah, it'll do. Surely it'll do. Yes, Mr. Addison, you can let go now. Now, now frame him up properly, Addison. Get to it. Perfect. Mm-hmm. All right, what 3 items are you giving me? Okay, and which depths-related item is happening? Never mind, it is a sleepover ticket. Yes, Mr. Addison, please do be off. And stop, you know, spoiling everyone's... you know... Stop ruining everyone's expectations. You hear that? It's coming from around here somewhere. Is that a drum? I don't hear it. But for the sake of the thing, let's say yes. I'm hearing that then. Maybe it's the one I'm destined to walk through life with, calling to me in that way. But it can't be. It just can't be. I wonder where it's coming from. I've been scouting here for the source, but I haven't found it yet. I don't know, Kyra. I love how lightweight these NPCs really, truly are. Yeah, just get out of the canyon first, and then we can actually kind of turn around properly. Yeah, the turning is definitely worse. So I think one con of this is that the vertical steering is better, but I feel like the radial design I had pretty easy turns to make. It's just like a difference in form. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just, you know, making an observation. It's something to think about when thinking about hover bikes to build. I will definitely fiddle around with the hover bike designs more off camera. Oh, now I hear it. Now I hear it. That feels like a troop member? Or he seems... That feels like a troop member to me. Maybe... in the place where we got, Pestus maracas from? For those that weren't here with, when we were doing Breath of the Wild in the beginning, and we made our way up to the, Dueling Peaks stables, and we started crossing the bridge. We had to go get Pestus maracas back. See the tent? Tent. You might be referring to up above as opposed to down below. All right, let's get on the hover bike and see if I can't get a better... higher up? Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. Aha! Be-dum. Ba-dum-ba-dum-be-dum. Ba-dum-ba-dum-be-dum. Come on. Ba-dum-ba-dum-be-dum. Buzz-buzz-a-dum. Buzz-buzz-a-dum. Dum. Thank you for stopping, though. That was gonna drive me nuts. Whoa. Hey, don't interrupt. I'm busy calling bees with my beat. Come on, don't look at me like that. I know it's goofy, but I gotta try. See, the conductor in the musical troupe I play in has been a little down. You can tell he got them beats. Dang it. One eye on the beats, one eye on the streets. Everyone know what I'm saying? I'd figure I'd make him honey crepes. That should cheer our maestro. Our mastro? That's got to be maestro, but just drop the A. Right up. But I can't get my hands on any courser bee honey. How am I supposed to make honey crepes without the honey? That's why I'm trying to lure some bees with my beat. All I need are 3 combs of honey. Someone said there are some beehives around Kakariko Village to the north near that huge hole that opened up. Opened? Really, Coin? Opened up. But that hole is pretty scary. No way I'm going anywhere near that. Honey, be mine. Let me guess, because we're carrying 3 courser bee honey units, we're gonna skip the dialogue. Wait a second. What's that I smell? Something sweet? Hey, maybe in your pouch there. Yes, here, take it. All right. My beat didn't reach the bees, but I guess it got you moving. Or, you know, some stranger could quite literally be nice to you. That could also be a thing. With these, I can whip up a honey crepe for the conductor of my troupe on the double. Here's a little something for helping me out. Take it. All yours. I'm gonna beat it. Just beat it. Beat it. Just beat it. I'm gonna beat some eggs and eat them. Okay, that was bad.
Sure, Jan.
It's against the law.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop that now. Goodness. God, I must be getting the cost because I've made such a bad joke. That's got to be what it is. It's karma, pure karma. I'm gonna beat it and head back to my band leader. You do. I play with a group called the Stable Trotters. We bop around from stable to stable, sharing our tunes. I'll bet everyone's back at our old meeting spot, Woodland Stable. It's way north over in Eldon, so I better get a move on. Hey. Maybe I'll see you around later. You gave Beats 3 combs of courser bee honey, helping him achieve his dream of making a honey crepe. he headed off to a stable to resume his former life as a musician with the stable trotters. Well, I think that Gerudo chick is going to be upset that there are no, that the soulmate was not to be. But perhaps her misgivings would definitely have proven that she was right the whole time. Ah, I see you over there. Nice, I'm glad I spotted that. See, even just in the midst of exploring, right? Even in just the midst of exploring, we can still manage to find side quests to do. I'm not just ignoring everything because Koroks. I promise that's not the case. Mr. Shiny says, yeah, that Gerudo will be sad because the beat that made her heart beats faster is gone. The man who made her heart's beats faster is gone. The man, yeah. I tried to fill in the blank as best as I could, of course. But there's just no mistaking a misread. Oh my god, you botched your own joke. Yeah. It happens to the best of us. It definitely happens to the worst of us. AKA me. The guy who is very okay at, you know, laughing at these sorts of jokes, but is definitely the person to botch the delivery of a joke pretty stupendously. All right. I'm gonna need those horns for mining. That's what I get for trying to think at midnight. Nah, you're fine. It's just fatigue, right? It's setting in. I'm not normally live this long. And you know, you're probably past your usual sleeping hours. It's fine. I remember. I want to say it was. Yeah. Like the previous stream, the very previous stream, I don't even remember half of what I did. I do not remember. I legitimately had to go look it up, or, you know, think on it for a long time. Can you not grab this? Okay, you can. Well, I'm curious as to whether a non-related boulder is gonna work. I don't think it will, but I'm really curious. It actually works. Wow, you can just literally find a boulder anywhere for this. That's hilarious. It's nice to know we don't always have to undo a puzzle, it seems. Where's the bike? Where'd the bike go? Oh, it's up top. Right. It works. Same as any rock works for completing the circle. Oh, it could just be a rock you have on hand. That's interesting, to say the least. Good to know. I guess because you would have to, like... I don't know, you'd have to, like, find a way to dismantle or take a rock with you on the fly. Or, you know, you could staple it to the back of a vehicle, like one of these, and probably do it that way. Okay, yeah, that's making sense. That's making a lot of sense. Is that a rock? I think that's a rock. Okay, good. But like I was saying earlier, yeah, I was pretty delirious at the end. And I think also there was a stream sometime last week or the week before where I basically was functioning on fumes in terms of sleep. And so I'm pretty sure I had to call it earlier. Yeah, absolutely wild stuff. Anyway, man, pains me to say this. Say that you have to go. Don't be. Real life comes first. But I appreciate the forethought and where I am in your mind. You have a meeting with your friend tomorrow? Enjoy. Or, you know, if it's not something particularly enjoyable, I hope it is at least productive. I hope one of those two things comes to pass. But Mr. Shiny, I do thank you for staying with me for as long as you did. Do stay safe and take care of yourself, my lovely senator, and it's the enjoyable thing. Thank you. And with that, good sir, I hope to see you around sooner rather than later, and hopefully under more normal circumstances, more than anything. And have a good rest of your evening, or you know, the crack of dawn, whatever have you. Got that one. Is that all of them? That is all of the marked ones. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, we have exactly 6 more. Okay, exactly 2 handfuls. Nice. Please excuse me for a second. I heard a huge amount of hacking. I'm gonna be right back. Do I have a hotkey for this? I have a hotkey for doing this, right? Yeah, okay. It should be maybe 30 seconds. I will be right back, but I need to make sure folks are all right. So sorry about this. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Let's get these remaining Koroks out of the way, shall we? We only have 6 more to go. Let's see. One's here. Roughly. God. My parents, more specifically my dad, does smoke Mary Jane for pain, among other things, and walking into a cloud of marijuana smoke is it always burns my eyes a bit. Like I just, it gives me a headache. I can't really stand this stuff. I just can't. I can't chuff it. I don't shame my old man for smoking, but I mean, I can't be around him when he's doing that. Like, I just can't. I wish it wasn't like that. I wish he didn't have to smoke. I wish he didn't feel so compelled to smoke. Let me put it that way. It's like this one here, probably. But smoking marijuana does change your health a lot. Like, it is a psychotropic substance. It can make one more paranoid with enough long-term use. And you're still smoking burnt plant matter, so it's not like you don't have a risk for developing cancer. You still have those risks. They're still there. The only thing that's changed is, you know, you've replaced cigarette paper, and tobacco with... Ooh, yeah, this will make for a nice little, you know, break. All right, Mr. Haas, talk to me.
Hi.
Link, hello. It's an honor to see you again. We're moving in on a monster base up ahead. They've dug in once again. After we approach, we'll wait for the right moment and then launch our attack. Nothing would make me happier than to have you assist us again.
Oi.
Please join us. We can bring peace back to this land if we work together. Haas's squad is approaching a stronghold of monsters at Fort Hateno. They plan to charge the stronghold once they get closer to it. Head for the stronghold with the monster control crew.
Hey.
Halt. We're closing in on a monster stronghold up ahead. Yep. All that. No hasty moves here. We have to approach with caution. Oh, there can only be one of these at a time. Oh, come on. Yeah, there we go. Yay! Victory is ours! Bravo, everyone! Link, I'm so grateful for everything you did for us. If you don't mind, could you come here for a moment? My monster horns! It's fine. Another incredible battle. With you on our side, Link, we could take on any threat. I nearly forgot. Please accept this reward as thanks for all your help. You're welcome. Of course, the true battle is yet to come. Have you seen it, Link? The blood moon, I mean. When it rises in the sky, monsters will flood the land and threaten the peace in Hyrule again. My squad members will rest and rebuild their energy to prepare for its return. Ah well, I do look forward to fighting by your side once again. May you fight with the goddess Hylia's divine protection. At least we got a smorgasbord of good stuff from all this. Horns, monster parts, shield. Great stuff, really. And I guess I'll take I guess I'll pick up some sturdy sticks. Sure. Anything over there? Oh, maybe don't run into that. Okay, I think we're good here. When it rains, do use a set. That will definitely make your life way, way easier. I got this weird feeling in my stomach. I'm not sure what it is. Feels funny, like it's undulating for some reason. Ugh, feels weird. It's painful. It's not super painful, but I do notice it. No, I don't need to go to Fort Hateno on the map. Object map. Thank you, but no. Let me guess. Fairy lights? Seems pretty likely. Man, I'm getting better at picking these out over time. Okay, I don't think we stapled anything to the hover bike, so I'm pretty sure we're far enough away that it's gone. But we should still check anyway. It would have been back on, like, the major road somewhere. Yep, we gotta build another one. It's fine. I will definitely have to spend some time farming after today's stream, or I'm not gonna be able to make it. Hopefully, everyone is safe. Obviously not if I'm hearing sirens like that, right? But, you know, I hope as few people are injured as, like, possible. I hope it's like a dispute that people can be reasoned with and not anything else. Yeah, so a lot of these, like, locations, right? A lot of these Korok locations are definitely in spots where the previous shrines were. Or even in some cases where previous Korok seeds were. It's not going to be that. Okay, let me maybe look around for a flower trail or a rock or something along those lines. And I remember here there used to be offering plates. That was the last Korok. Ah, I have found it. Yay! We have made it 40% of the way through, our 40% of the way through the Koroks. Isn't that nice? I can't tell you how excited I am that we're approaching halfway. I really, truly could not tell you. It's wild that we've been at this for only a month. Basically about a month. Maybe a little bit past one, and we've managed to get, you know, so many Korok seeds. In such a short space of time. I really do think that with any luck, and, you know, with some help, and with a bit of help where I think I need it, we'll be able to end up completing this in like 2 to 3 months. Maybe 4 months if I'm being generous with the amount of required time. It's just, I thought this would take me so many more months, so much more time than this. But I feel pretty good about. Maybe we wouldn't have such a great, you know, time save if not for like the bikes, right? Like the devices. If we had to do all the Koroks the intended way, we would definitely be losing out on a lot of time. We maybe get 20 or 30 of them. And granted, 20 or 30 Koroks is pretty freaking good, all things considered. Rock? Rock. No. Not rock. But I do think I have the spot correct. Yeah, I've got it correct. Alright, what's up then? Alright, what do we look for next? I'm looking. Ah, I see it. Okay. Yep, found it. Now we rinse and repeat. Maybe adjust this, so we're not, you know, getting in the way of our own. We're not getting in the way of the obstructions that are here. My goodness. This feels like it ought to be a rock or a fairy light or something. Okay, let's deal with this one. Ah, of course. Yeah, that'll be enough of you. It's like, hold on, it's like over here-ish, I think. I did have to look this one up. It's I don't really get to. This one would have been hard to spot unless I were flying higher up and in the correct direction. Dang it. I'm pretty sure, yeah. Let's go ahead and see where the flower trail is. So it's like... Oh, it's on part of the map that we... Okay. Welcome on in, Mr. Michael DS. Good to see you over on YouTube. How are you doing today? In both body and mind, and hopefully you enjoy your stay. Twitch should be working today. If YouTube has become the more preferable experience, that's also cool. Just letting you know that I did manage to figure out that it was a server thing for Twitch. Actually, I'm pretty sure you were there when we discussed this last time, huh? I think I'm about to... I think I was spitting out things you already knew. And in which case, I am supremely sorry. You're very worried? What's got you worried? I'm definitely very ready and willing to listen. Only talk if you're comfortable, of course. I'm kind of keeping the air clear so that I can intently read what you're gonna type, if anything. Where did that flower go? Here. Okay. You can't choose a course to do in college? Ooh. Okay. Interesting. Is the reason related to financial aid or, like something legal? You know, something that the college is preventing you from doing? Or is it more like I'm struggling to choose what a course to take? No matter which one it is, of course, the worry is perfectly valid. But maybe, perhaps, as a former college student, I can offer some advice or tender some advice, if you want. What the heck? Ah, over there. The problem is indecision. Okay, good. I'm actually very glad that's the case. I was gonna be upset if, you know, the college was doing something to block you from making a decision. That's way worse. Okay. So, is this the I don't know what I want to do with my life question? Or is this just I'm trying to pick something that interests me? Please, I know we had a hover bike here not but a moment ago. Oh, it gone. We didn't mark it with a real world object. All courses that you think about seem not to be a good option. Okay. If you don't mind, and you're feeling up to it, I'd be interested to know what some of the courses you were thinking about taking are. Maybe it can point you in a direction of interest. Or, you know, maybe we can do some market research later. And we can come up with something that would be worth your while. If money is like a big concern. Because I know money is like a big concern for like a lot of my peers. There are so many med students and computer scientists and data analysts and computer engineers and electronics and nuclear engineers that all chose their fields because they make a lot of money. And that concern is perfectly valid too. Okay, it's got to be in here, right? It's either in here, underneath, or on top. It's like one of those. You were thinking about accounting or something in IT? Okay. So would you say you're mathematically inclined then? Oh, I almost pulled my back. Let's not do that. Okay, just doing a quick scan. I'm pretty sure, yes, we got all of the Koroks in the Lanayru region, or like the, or I should actually, this is not Lanayru, or not Necluda. I'm sorry, I don't know why I thought Eastern Necluda. This is technically the Sahasrala, or Sahasra region. We got all that done. I guess I was just thinking about the Lanayru Mountains, that's all. But technically, Lanayru has its own tower now. So this is Sahasra. Okay. So we have this here. I'm trying to think about what I want to tackle next. Usually we clean up any missing surface shrines first, and then we clean up any of the caves that are nearby. Okay, Mr. Michael Diaz says, you want to set up a business in the future, so accounting could be good? Yeah. So if you're going to get like a specialization in math, I don't know if this is true in Brazil, right? Or like the specific college you're applying for. But check and see if they offer a double majors course or double majors program. When I was attending a university, before I ran out of cash, of course, they had recently started offering a double majors course that involved both analytical math and computer science. So maybe there's a chance that a similar program might be offered for you. It may not be called a majors course. I don't know how it works in Brazil. You're the one that deals with it directly. But like when you go in and get your degree is an X, that would be considered your major. And there are some students that get 2 degrees at the same time, essentially is how it works. And so that's referred to as a double majors program. You're getting 2 distinct degrees that are paired really well together. And in some cases, I don't know if they'll pay you for it, but there are like additional perks for taking desired double majors. I know there were a lot of extra field trips and like bonus internship opportunities if you took this specific double major. It was considered really in high demand because both both math and computer science are usually in high demand. So maybe accounting has like a double majors program, or like a paired majors program, however Brazil puts it, available, or something that's like incredibly in high demand. Outside of that, since you're thinking of starting your own business and all that, obviously accounting would be very good. And it may or may not help to have a minor in whatever your business is. So if, for example, your business is, I'm making one up. Let's say you're running a window making business. You make windows. There are a lot of glass companies in my local area. There are a lot of places that make windows all the time, running rates for everything. Having a minor or like a secondary focus, or however they'll put it for you, in material sciences or chemistry could be useful. Something along those lines. Of course, I would maybe also recommend look like shopping around online and seeing what other people that have made content about your particular university, if anything, have had to say about it, as well as like the majors that are in demand for your country, your specific country. Every country has like a list of, you know, the hottest, like most in demand major anywhere. Sorry, there was a siren in the background. What am I trying to do here? We've got this done. Maybe... Yeah, I think we start trying to get the underground shrines. I think that's going to be what comes next. So let's go and do those first. First one is going to be over by the moored garrison ruins, wherever I can find them. It's like over here. And we want to go into Dueling Peak. Yeah, right, this one right here. And we probably really want to pick maybe this spot here. And let's travel. Hello, Jackson Weingar. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for stopping by. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well today, and hopefully are in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Mr. Weingar says, I clicked on this video knowing it wasn't very popular. I wanted to say good luck, and it gets better. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think so too. I just have to work really, really hard, and I have to get really, really lucky. It's both. But I appreciate the sentiment. And if you don't mind my asking, what is your level of experience with Tears of the Kingdom? Is it a game you've played before, or, you know, is it new to you? I'm always eager to, you know, assess the level of familiarity the audience has with the content I'm making, so I know what kind of role I need to take on. This is a first-time playthrough, but I am relatively familiar with Breath of the Wild, having done 99.42% of it. Basically a full completion playthrough. Sorry, brain fogging it up. Very, very classic. So I'm like familiar with the game engine, I guess is what I was probably going to say something more specific, but yeah, I'm fairly familiar with the game engine. There isn't a lot in Breath of the Wild that I haven't seen apart from glitching or like specific glitches for the purposes of breaking the game. Like, we have read about some of them in the cutting room floor for certain, but the focus of the playthrough was both a walkthrough and a let's play. So we definitely were not spending time on teaching people how to, you know, break the game or whatever. It's totally cool that people can do that. Like the wind bomb glitch that lets you, you know, get very high speeds for parasailing, but like, I'm familiar with some of the glitches, but they're definitely not my strong suit. Michael DS says you didn't know about this dual degree thing. You'll search. Please do. Not every university is going to have it. And again, here in the United States, math and science degrees are, even though they're not at the all-time high they like used to be, they're way more desirable. And depending on what you do with your degree, you can definitely come out making a lot of money if that is something you care about. But dual degree programs are usually in higher demand on university or college campuses. You just need to be prepared for the extra workload and to be in college longer because you're double majoring or getting dual degrees. Yes, so that's a lot of strain. Mr. Jackson Weingar says you played through Tears of the Kingdom a while back. Cool. That's awesome. Did you fully complete the game? Did you stop partway through? Or, you know, beat it once, any percent? I'm merely curious. As much as I would like to say I've fully beaten Breath of the Wild, different game, I know. But, you know, I can't quite claim that title, even though I perhaps secretly want to. I have to stop just short. The game says so. But, I'm certainly not going to go back and catch the 0.58% that I need for completion. That's kind of a waste. The game doesn't tell you where you're gonna find that stuff. Okay, there's no. Yeah, the cave entrance is like a bit further up. Oh, I see it. It's right here. Just gonna circle around. Try to, like, circle in for a good landing spot. We're definitely going to lose our vehicle after this, but we could certainly try. You've come in just in time, Mr. Weingar. We are in the midst of... We are in the midst of cleaning up some of the shrines, during our perhaps last few minutes of the stream. Oh, it's beating on the sediment. Of course it would be doing that. Thank you for the assistance, Tulin, but that was not necessary. Roasted bass spear. What? What? Okay. It would be nice if you could, like, eat what's on the spear. Michael Diaz says I need to stop searching opinions about the courses on the internet. Because all the courses that I search, people are saying the course isn't worth doing. Fair. I would maybe... So instead of searching, like, just anything on the internet, I don't know if this works for Brazil. I imagine there's, like, a website that lets you compare, like, median salary for various positions, or, you know, what the commanding salary per year figure is for someone who runs a business. But I believe in the US, and specifically where I'm from in the US, we have a website that, like, lists the average median salary or per hour rate for various fields. Like, psychologists in the state of Georgia make like $37,800 US per year. It's not a very lucrative career, but typically psychologists in the state of Georgia that, you know, get their clinical psychology degree usually move to somewhere like Pennsylvania or, you know, Washington State, where the median salary is like 60 or 80K. It's like it's a lot better of a salary, honestly. Or materials engineer makes maybe like 100K per year, depending on the state that you're in. Like drastically different fields. But I don't recommend just getting any old opinion. I would try to look for either... You want someone who backs up what they say with like accreditations and sources. You want someone to have actually gotten a degree from the university in question, or you'll have to go find the site, like a site that lists this sort of thing aggregate. Let's see, give me a second, and I can probably try to provide you with something meaningful. It's not going to be useful to you because you're in the state. You're not in the States. You're in Brazil, but it's the type of site I'm talking about. 1 second. Okay, again, this site is not going to be useful to you because it's talking about, finding jobs or like career fields in the state of Georgia, in the US. But it is either a country or a province or a statewide site, something like that, for you, because I'm pretty sure listing median salary or like average salary is like a commonly done practice in a lot of the parts of the world that have the internet. But I'm probably scraping. I'm definitely scraping at what Brazil does. I don't know for sure that's what it does. What they do, excuse me. I didn't want to lift a random rock. This will probably be the last thing we do given the time. Because we are 6 hours 6 hours in, and normally I stream for 4. Today is a bit of a bonus, or like bonus time, for me being sick, not feeling good yesterday, and doing a late stream. Yeah, that's a good idea, thanks. Yeah, that's definitely what I would do. Depending on what your business... depending on, what kind of business you're looking to do, you may or may not need to adjust your expectations. That's to say nothing of the financial cost either. Let me just pull that out of the water. Normally, those sorts of things would be lost to the ether in Breath of the Wild. Tears of the Kingdom, there's no such thing. That's much nicer. You already did that, but will do again. Okay. Sorry for being a broken clock, or, like a repeating clock there. That's what I did. That's what they had. That's what my high school had everybody do, was take some time and look at the look at what the country or the state has on offer, and actually plan things out. Of course, these days, I don't think the U.S. is necessarily itching to do that anymore, because we have a reading literacy problem, but we don't have to get into that too much. If you catch my drift, that's already a pretty painful subject for yours truly. Nice. I don't think so. Tulin, come here so you can discharge that. You were reading too many opinions on the internet. It definitely didn't help at all. Yeah, that's fair. A lot of people, don't. Definitely do not know what they're talking about, or are giving what we would call anecdotal evidence, right? Or anecdotal stories. Their advice might work for them, but it won't necessarily work for you because your circumstances are different. Yeah, I totally get that. It only confuses you more. Yeah. Another thing you can do is your university of choice may or may not have a student resources center, or there may actually be employees there that are more than willing to sit down and talk to you about various options. Not like helping you necessarily plan every aspect of your career, but like as long as you've shown them that you've done some initiative, you've done your homework, you know what the average options on the market for your field look like. You've shown them that you've paid attention, then usually the guys in those departments are more than happy to help you. Regional, local, or cultural attitude notwithstanding. I didn't make use of it a lot, of that sort of service a lot. I kind of knew what I wanted to do, but I wasn't going to college to make money, right? I was going to try to be a part of something bigger. I guess it's disingenuous, right? I mean, I do want to make money, but I do want to make money. I did want to make money. But that wasn't really the real reason why I picked what I picked. Am I doing a degree in biology or have already finished? I have an associate. I wish I had a bachelor's. I would likely be working a real lab job right now if I had actually gotten up to a bachelor's, because that's like the minimum for lab tech work is a bachelor's. So when you don't have a bachelor's, you basically kind of wasted your time. Even if you've never really exactly intended to, like, waste your time. That's what you ended up doing. So, unfortunately, it is an unfinished degree, and I am down $60,000 in debt because of it. I am not a happy camper. I've kind of been, trying to find myself and find my footing again, and it's been really difficult, even if I could, like, get an internship for doing something unrelated, and that would fix maybe some of my problems, right? How do I word this next part? A lot of male-centered jobs are being outsourced to women, to other people from other countries. I'm strictly speaking about the US here. And and whatever isn't being outsourced is being outsourced to AI. Like, thinking jobs are being outsourced to AI. Oh, the thing froze. That's what's going on. Let's fix that. I actually got to give it a second. Okay. Rotation. Yeah, so the hard sciences, biology, chemistry, physics, medicine are very hard to work without a bachelor's degree and a bachelor's of science, to be more specific. Because there are two different kinds of degrees. There's an arts degree and there's a sciences degree. At least here in the States. And the arts degree is generally not all that valuable. It's kind of like you're getting a degree just cause, or you're really a humanities major, English, history, language, communications, so on. And the degree in science is just to say you have it. Like minoring in a field of science with a bachelor's no, I guess it would be bachelor's of business. I've been a little while out of the loop now. You'll have to forgive me, but yeah, if you're in like STEM fields, if you don't have a bachelor's and probably at least 2 to 3 years of experience somewhere, you're getting nowhere. I gotta ask, and this is a rhetorical question, not that I really expect an answer, but to all the people that run a business out there and that, have to sit there and recruit people, where are people supposed to get the experience from? What minimum job are they supposed to work? Is everyone supposed to have working experience in a bottom rung job somewhere? Or what? Is it supposed to weed out the people that don't know what corporate grind culture looks like? I don't know. I don't know if it's like a uniquely United States problem, but I'm crestfallen. And I hate saying it that way, but it's the truth. And we were definitely not sneaking past now. You gotta be careful. I wanna like push them. Push them. Drop this. Use that. Maybe work our way up. You're almost not playing these days only because of this question. That's completely valid. That's adulthood. Adulthood kind of sucks sometimes because you have to think about all these things. Nice. You have to think about There we go. Thank you. Okay, what else is spitting projectiles? An archer. But you know what? Even though adulthood kind of like sucks, right? Let me do it like this. Oh, that's really fast. All right, dude, if you're gonna be missing, whatever. You have the potential to be the freest you'll ever be. As a child, And as a teenager, you have to live up to your parents' expectations, right? You have to do what they say. And granted, I'm gonna give you a little bit of advice. I'm sure it's something you've already been thinking about, given that you want to, you know, maybe look into owning your own business or accounting, and or do accounting otherwise. Don't go into a college dorm if you can help it. Don't do that. You'll save so much money by staying with your parents or staying with relatives that'll take you while you're going and pursuing your degree. And you could focus on things like, oh, this is how much rent they're going to ask of you, if anything. Some parents do, some parents don't. Some people do, some people don't. It just kind of depends. You know, maybe they might want you to contribute to the food bill or something. I'm definitely speaking like an Anglo-Saxon here, but it's something that I've heard a lot of people talk about. Is that, you know, people that stay home and save money still at least have to spend a little bit for overall contribution of the household or what have you. Nice. Okay, where... It's not these, is it? Yeah, we don't have any arrows. Game, I'm not sure what you want me to do right now. Oh, this is familiar territory. You'll stay with your parents until you get married? Smart man. Smart man. Absolutely a smart man. Best decision you'll ever make. Guaranteed. You'll have to put up with their rules for a little while longer, but I do think, you know, most people have decent parents, generally speaking. You don't have... Here in the States, sometimes it's quite a bit of a gamble. Sometimes you have halfway decent people, and sometimes you really get slim pickings. Not just everybody can be a parent, you know. Not everyone is cut out to have kids. Not worth going out to pay rent and living alone? Too true. Okay, what do you want us to... Oh. Run, 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 run. Okay, how do we want to do this then? Okay, that's not how that works. Oh, but maybe we can dump them in the pit. Ah, that's why there's a basement floor. Okay, found it. Nice. Mr. Michael DS, I have full faith in your ability to make decisions. I trust you'll make the good ones. I trust you'll make a decision you're happy with. I think that's important. We can sit here and talk about pragmatism and, you know, making money, and I do think that a decision that is based in reality is a good decision to make. It is a smart decision to make. But ultimately, you're gonna feel like you're living a lie if it's not something you're happy with. Well, I technically have 2 degrees. One of them is in pharmacy tech, like specifically as it relates to a farm tech job, and the other is an associate's in biology. I was not very happy with my associates in farm tech. That field has a high attrition rate. It is very exhausting. The turnout is high. People are rude to you. You're not allowed to answer questions. Oftentimes you're just being told to go get a pharmacist, even when you could reasonably answer the question. And yes, some people should know how to swallow a tablet. Or, you know, shouldn't complain at you when it's not your fault that the bottle that you're giving them is adult-proofed. I was not very happy with that. I didn't want to live that life. Of course, I'm living a far worse life now. So maybe in some small part, I should have thought a little bit harder and realized that that adversity was nothing compared to not knowing where you're going to take your life at all. But I was a much younger man back then. And my head wasn't all in it like it is now. I wasn't paying attention as much as I could have been. If I could turn back the clock, I would. And I would have just picked the degree I wanted the first time. And then I probably would be halfway across to Europe right about now, living in a country that actually appreciates my existence and doesn't think I'm possessed and full of demonic superpowers. Mr. Michael DS says you'll try to worry less about it until you decide something. That's fair. You don't want to not have a plan, but if you stress out to the point that you literally start getting gray hair at your age, yeah, that's a problem. That's a huge problem. Don't stress yourself out. You've got a bright future ahead of you. I really think so. It just requires elbow grease. Got to be willing to do that. Or else the future will become tarnished. That's going to do it for today's episode, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I gotta go lie flat on my bed for a while. Get the soreness out of my legs, among other things. You guys have been awesome. And you're very welcome, Mr. Michael DS. I realized that some of my advice was unprompted. And, you know, you didn't ask. But I hope you found it useful, at the very least. Thank you. Thank you, Michael DS. Thank you very much. We will be back tomorrow at the appropriate time, for the appropriate amount of hours this time, filling out the last bits of the caves in the Sahasra region before moving on to the depths and getting all the light roots that are contained there within. And then after that, the Lanayru region awaits, because we have Hiteno Village to go to. And then I'll have you guys make a decision about, do you want me to go to Akala, or do you want me to do something else? My name is Coinstamp, everybody. Most people call me Coin. It's literally just the change in your pocket. Easiest thing to remember. I jest. Some people may not remember money, but my point still stands. This has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Next time, yeah, exactly what I said. My senators and inductees, do stay safe. Do take care of yourselves out there. You're more than welcome in my hallowed halls anytime. Whether that be, you know, on my Discord server, on Twitter, on Blue Sky, whatever have you. You're more than welcome to DM me if you're feeling alone, lost, or confused. I can't promise that I will be, quick to respond, but I will make sure that you're being listened to, that you're being heard. I think that's important. Some people don't have a support system, and I want to do my best to be that support system, because for too long I've had it and no one else. Outside of maybe like the past decade, I know what that lack of support feels like. It's awful. I'll see you guys next time. And with that, goodbye.